Well, everyone, last we left off, you guys found yourselves in a deserted island full of trees and somewhat little
wait.
What?
That's not how it went last time. Last time I remembered, our adventurers awoke themselves in a flaming barn.
Are you sure
Right?
it was a flaming bar? No. I'm pretty sure it was a deserted island, and then somebody called JoJo, missed their turn because somebody rolled a natural one to, chop down a tree, but what happens is it fell down on JoJo instead. That's what I remember.
I think you might be mixing up timelines here, dude.
Oh yeah, because guess what? We actually haven't played D&D yet!
Let's go!
Anyway, howdy folks! Welcome to today's stream. My name is Jacki, or you can call me Jacki3. Scarlet, it's your turn.
Oh, fortissimo, everybody. I'm Scarlet Forte. I'm your resident traveling bard who found themselves here and is now ready to get some learning on.
But we are not just any ordinary, learners. Dungeon. I was gonna say teachers. Then I was gonna transition to us being we're like dungeon masters. Get with the times, Scarlet.
Right.
You're fucking
so
it up.
That's on me. That's on me.
Okay. Again, let me say it again. Today's stream is all about teaching you guys how to play. Well, are we really? I mean, kind of familiarizing them with how to play Dungeon Danganronpa.
Dankins and
Grandpa.
Churches?
The grandpa. wait, hold on.
Dungeons and grandpas.
Before we actually get on with it, let's say, if it's all right, let's say hi to chat.
Of course.
Okay. Oh wait. Once Mugen is here, I'm gonna make him put your socials here. I'm sorry, man.
It's at Scarlet Forte for everywhere, so y'all can just find it.
Oh shit, even on Grindr?
Oh well, I actually don't have one, so.
Ah, damn, man, you're missing out. I'm in her. I'm in her. I actually don't know. Is it that? That's the app, right? I remember. Wait, I probably shouldn't say that here.
So hi, chat.
Hi, chat. Wait. Let me say hello to everyone first. Pray for you. I love that you love D&D. Let's fucking go. It's gonna be so awkward if everyone here already knows D&D. So I feel like if the people who are watching this just know D&D, I feel like what they're gonna be doing isn't learning. They're gonna be judging us on how we know our D&D.
On how we know. It's why did these two even become dungeon masters in the first place?
You fucking know that as nerds, people nerds can be very uppity-tuppity about it. If you say so much as oh, Naruto didn't deserve to be Hokage and these are the reasons why, they will get up in arms with you.
Absolutely.
I know, because I would be that person getting mad if you tell me that Naruto didn't deserve to be the Hokage. I'd kick your ass.
Well, I'll just reserve my right to be quiet,
So are you saying he didn't deserve it?
No, I'm just saying that I didn't watch the entirety of Naruto.
Okay, that's fine. Wait, I wasn't done saying hello to everyone. See, you are here to keep me in check for not going into a tangent, and I will keep you in check not to go into a tangent. Well,
you see, that's gonna be hard because I do tend to go on tangents.
So that's why this is the accountability. Okay, folks, if Scarlet can't keep me in check and I can't keep him in check, it's up to y'all to keep us in check, chat. All right, we're leaving the burden to you, folks. Wait, hello Legion, and thank you for saying so. Mugen really pulled through. The HEYU team really pulled through for that. For the music and the OBB. I will say though that the music you hear right now is not from the music team. This is something that I found on the internet. Thank you, royalty-free fantasy music. I think that was a name. Marshall Swampset, I just had my weekly game last night. Let's go! Let's see if you're gonna learn something. Because if you play D&D regularly, this is just probably you again judging us how we know this game. And
we're sorry in advance.
Oh my god, I see that Scarlet is also in the Scarlet, you're also here!
Wow, hi, dude. Big fan. Big fan. I heard they're pretty good.
I heard.
What? I don't know.
I heard that you're really nice to people who are like shitty in Valorant.
I heard that too.
Case in point, you playing with the Renegades when we ask you to, even though you're 1000% not obligated to play with us.
Yeah, but you know, fun playing with friends.
You mean the people you carry?
Debatable.
Wait.
But yes. Anyway.
Kairazard, hello. Jojo, I'm sorry that I used you as an example. You were the first name that I saw, and I was like, okay, time to use Jojo as my meat shield. So wait, you say hello to your friend. You say hello to your friend.
Hey Swift, how are you? We haven't done a DnD game in a while, I know. But maybe sometime along the line. I'm nudging your shoulder right now. I don't know whose shoulder I'm nudging, but you know.
Can I join? Can I join that D&D game?
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. We can like schedule something.
Fuck
sometime.
yeah. Let's schedule that, even though I'm not even meeting the schedules of my DM and my players. Nobody's.
More games.
Yeah, I know. More games, even though I don't got the fucking time. Nobody's special. I'm on hiatus from D&D, but I will always be here to support my team. Let's fucking go. I am sorry to hear that you're in hiatus. Like, me going on hiatus for D&D always hurts me. Cause like right now, I haven't played D&D since, I haven't played D&D since November. What about you?
I have not played since, I think it was August or September. So long ago.
Dude, do you still remember how to DM or to play?
I can still bullshit my way.
Okay, yeah, that's why you're here. I wouldn't have invited you if you didn't know how to do this shit. Otherwise, get the fuck out of my chat.
Oh, okay, well.
No.
Talk to you guys later.
No. You came all this way from your dimension to this room that I really asked really nicely to Rue if she could build for me. And she said, oh, okay, remember, Jackie, this is only gonna last for 5 hours, so 5 hours max, man.
Alright. Let's hope her powers are strong, as strong as she says they are.
This is her version of, Leomund's tiny hut. Leomund's tiny dungeon room.
Tiny dungeon room.
I know! Rue's tiny dungeon room!
Oh my god.
Yes, Jojo, you have been bonked by a stray tree because of who I am as a person. Wait, let's... Wait. You can't... Wait, I'm trying to see... Ace! Hello, Ace! Hey, man. I hope that you also play Dungeons and Dragons. And Emil Garcia, what's up? Oh, this is how to play stream. I thought it was a game stream. Yeah, I am so sorry. This is a how to play stream, but we can, like, give examples.
I have like a pre-made character set up here, but you know, we could like do we're gonna create a character with you guys, so let's talk it. Let's get into that later.
Oh yeah, we should. Actually, we should do that. It's like a
right?
What? I didn't think of that. I'll just stream Baldur's Gate so that they can see it. Wait. He didn't wait. They probably don't even own the red... Yeah, we don't own the red box.
We don't own the red box. I wish I did.
Yeah.
Looks sick.
Y'all remember when Pendleton Ward and got in rules fight for D&D in front of Alex Hirsch? Yeah, they do! Nerds will obsess over rules and technicalities, and I'm just saying that I am the worst DM to be a stickler for rules, because I'm not.
I'm not. Like, we are probably the worst people to go to for, like, rules and advice. And yet here we are.
Yeah, I know. Because, like, I remember when you were, like, talking to me, and you would always ask my opinions and things, and I'd be like, dude, I'm a rule of cool. And you're like, I'm a rule of cool. And that's why we're vibing so hard. Scarlet.
That's why this exists.
Exactly. We wouldn't be doing a stream together if we didn't vibe hard. Also, hello, Edward, and wait, I already said hello to Patrice, right? I'd like to make a character with you guys too. Yeah, let's go, man. And Updog, can you make a tall dwarf? Yeah, I mean, but I will say though, like, at that point, just say that the dwarf is half human, half dwarf, and then they could be like, how tall are we talking about?
Like tall for dwarf standards, or like tall as in as tall as a human? standard.
Because that's hard. Yeah, I'd be thinking like tall for dwarf standards. Wait. Anyway, hold on, folks. If you guys actually have some serious questions, let me just link a marshmallow here.
Oh yeah.
See,
yeah.
I came prepared. I came prepared today. I came prepared.
Man.
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. Let me just type it. While I'm typing, Scarlet, you entertain the crowd.
So, yes, adventurers, today we will be discussing, the rules and regulations, unfortunately, of Dungeons & Dragons. DnD is basically like, how do I say this without getting in too much trouble? You learn the rules so that you can break them with some creative liberties, you know?
Fair.
I'm actually 3 kobolds in a trench coat. Yeah.
You're
Nobody
actually
special's right.
You're actually not a person right now. You are actually
No.
You're using disguise selves right now, Scarlet.
Mm.
I'm actually talking to Rue.
Oh, okay.
So go you try to imitate her right now.
Oh, shit, I can't.
You can't because you're scared, or you can't because you can't do the voice?
I'm scared she might turn me into like a rat or something, man.
It's okay. If you were a rat, I'd put you in my pocket.
Aw.
I put like rats and frogs and snakes
In your pocket?
Yeah. I'm not even kidding. Like, people say
That's
that I'm
a roomy pocket.
like, yeah, because I wear men's clothes with like, except for the shorts. I don't think I've seen a guy wear booty shorts like this.
Well, you just haven't been out that much, I think.
Oh wait, I'm kidding. I've been to California. I've seen the twinks there.
Right? See?
Wait.
Exactly.
Anyway, because let me like keep this in track, because like we can like talk as much as we want, but the thing is we got like 37 slides to go through, and the thing is we're actually gonna talk through those slides.
Yeah.
Wait. So
Oh boy.
wait, I'm gonna stream it here on Discord. Do not worry, so that you can see. So you can see like, okay, all right. So welcome to today's stream, which we call "So You Wanna Play Dungeons and Dragons," presented by the world's okayest dungeon masters, Jacki and Scarlet. We ain't the best, but we're okay enough.
And you know, sometimes that's all that matters. You just gotta have a book and some gumption.
We just gotta have enough audacity to like be able to do this thing. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I was about to like get good on this, but then suddenly a lot of people started talking. Let me just say hello to chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm a person who interacts a lot with my chat.
No, it's okay, dude. It's okay.
Farinder Wolf, don't blame you. Women's clothes are a scam with their... Yes, exactly. And
Absolutely.
by the way, did you... Actually, I'm just gonna share something. Did you know that women's razors are actually built to be more flimsy than a man's razor?
Yes, I do know that, and it sucks that
I
they
know,
do
it's
that.
so fucking stupid. Like, what is the reason why they do it? I do not understand.
That's because, you know, supply and demand.
Also-
they're gonna what was that? Something obsolescence?
Capitalism.
Oh, yes, basically.
1000%. Wait, okay. Oh, okay. This is me trying to pronounce a name. Eighth, the Phoenix VTuber. Hey, I don't think I've seen you before. Welcome to today's stream. I hope that D&D is something that you are, well, you want to get into, or maybe you just happen to drop by because you were in this, you were in the sea of like, you know how like,
I remember them. The first time I saw them was like at Rue stream yesterday, I feel.
oh, it was Rue stream. Okay.
Also, Rue's here.
Oh shit! Rue, I already told you when we're playing. We're playing... You know when we're playing.
You know when we're playing.
Does Jacki count as a construct or a reborn? Actually, I think I count as like a... Honestly, I consider myself
Are you
like...
Warforged?
Yeah, a homebrew Warforged.
Yeah.
You're definitely human. Are you?
Am I?
Are you?
I am.
And-
Pretty much.
And thank you for loving my accent. And wait, hold on. Again, folks, for the questions, please just shoot it at the marshmallow over there. Okay, let me, hey, this is a massive D&D nerd. Hell fucking yes! Okay, let's go. Okay, so folks, I hope that if you are like super into D&D already, I hope that if ever, maybe you actually learn something new. And if you're not, don't judge us too hard. Yeah, this is a nice refresher. This is like a quiz. Okay, so without further ado, Scarlet Forte, what the fuck is Dungeons and Dragons, man? Explain to me what it is.
You gather a bunch of friends, you write down stuff on paper, hopefully, and you make shit up in your brain. That's basically it.
I thought you were gonna give me history.
Oh shit, right. So Dungeons and Dragons, like as far as I remember, it dates back all the way to the 70s or 80s. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Wait, actually, let me look at the history of Dungeons.
I do remember, Wizards of the Coast obtaining the license for Dungeons and Dragons
1974! 1974!
Oh, 1974, there we go.
Wait, I just realized, I think I gave the wrong link to the marshmallow. Did I give the wrong link to my marshmallow? Oopsie, I gave the wrong, oh wait, you keep going. I gave the wrong.
So yeah, where was I? They were kinda, they were made by Gygax. You're right, Emil. Gary Gygax. Were they made by him? No. Shit.
You don't.
Basically, you know, a bunch of friends hanging around. I think Chainmail, if I'm not mistaken, is a war game on. It's like a medieval themed war game. Let's see. Did you guys know Gary's wife thought he was cheating and followed him to the house he got together with his friends to make the game?
You know
Is that for real?
You know what?
That's crazy.
You know what? Good.
What?
Good for her. Good
for her.
But okay. I do understand though that there are controversies laced with the creators of D&D, and it's not a perfect game. But the thing is, the reason why this is what we chose to do is because this is one of the most iconic.
Everybody knows what D&D is.
Everybody knows what D&D. Ever since like fucking Stranger Things, Community, hell, Critical Role, Dimension. Yeah, those are
Dimension 20.
Exactly. They've basically put back D&D. I mean, D&D has been around since again we said 1974. So like, and there's also like different variations of this game. Like there have been
the 5th edition.
Yeah, we're on the 5th edition. If I'm not mistaken, I actually heard rumors there might be a 6th edition.
Yeah, I think D&D 1 is like
the 6th edition.
Yeah, I think it's like a prototype. I don't know. I don't follow like D&D 1 because it's weird.
Some of the rules are very weird. I do agree. So yeah, so folks, Dungeons and Dragons is a role-playing game. It is a tabletop role-playing game, and that is basically what you need to know, like the very gist of it. We don't have to go too deep into this. What is your experience? I was gonna say, what's your experience with D&D, and I was like, oh, we're gonna be here for a long time because you were gonna expound on so many things, huh?
Well, I can just TLDR it. I've been playing the game for around about 7 or 8 years now, and
old.
Man, and I've been DMing for majority of that. Like, once I picked up the pen and paper, I was like, shit, it's fun to play the game, but I feel like it's even more fun to facilitate the players. And ever since I've been a forever DM. Oh boy.
In my case, here's the thing, I wouldn't say I've been playing D&D, because, I've been playing TTRPGs for about a good 12 years now. But the thing is, we didn't know it was a TTRPG. All we knew was we were like role-playing and telling stories with a bunch of dice. And the dice we were playing with were like, you know the kind that comes with like board games? The six-sided. Yeah, that's what we were playing. We didn't really know it was D&D, and then eventually, you know, when I got a little bit older, then we started playing D&D, and then I feel like I lucked out though, because you're a forever DM. I'm like a good mixture of a DM and a player. I started out as a player though.
Man, I wish I had the freedom to choose between DM and player.
But like, I will say though, you know that feeling that sometimes you want to play a game, and then you're always torn between, do I want to be a player in this game, or do I want to be the DM? But the problem is, if you become the player, you don't even know where to find the DM to play the game.
Yeah, exactly.
So you gotta play it yourself!
There's this never-ending dilemma of like, oh, I want to play this game with my players, but who's gonna DM us?
I know! This is why it's like, okay, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but like that's why it's like my policy. Like if you're in a long campaign and you know your DM has been itching to play, you know, have a one shot in between and let one of your players actually be the one to DM. But then again, it depends if like somebody wants to take the mantle. But I'm just saying, like, this is advice for like D&D groups.
Like, for your DM to not have burnout, and at the same time, if you wanna dip your toes in the DMing scene, totally.
Yeah. Oh, I love how everybody's like saying, everyone's giving you like the elbow, the back rub.
The pats on the back.
Yeah, you're the forever DM.
Like, give your forever DM a break if they want one. Share the hood. Well. That's the thing. Some DMs aren't actually comfortable with sharing the hood.
Oh,
like, they have this very hyper-specific vision for their world.
That is so true. That's why I don't know why we're gonna co-DM. I'm kidding. I know why we are.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna fucking knock that out of the park,
I
man.
feel our vibe has been so like, I just want to share to you guys, like earlier when I was discussing the deck that we made, like Scarlet said, what did you say about the deck, man? What did you say about the deck?
I was like, oh, this is very wood elf centered, or it has wood elf vibes. And
then I was like, you know, wood elf was my very first D&D character, and you were like,
hard same.
The vibe check that me and Scarlet have. I know. The only thing would have made it crazier if we were both rangers, but we weren't.
We weren't. I was.
You were the ranger. I was the bard.
Generic. I know.
No, not really. I mean, that's just called power building. You came from 4E, right?
Yeah, valid.
Also,
valid.
Wait, I just have to say, Panma. Hello, Panma. Oh wait, I gave her the baby girl voice again. Panma! What's up, man?
Hi, Panma.
Okay, wait. Alright, so now that people know what Dungeons and Dragons is. Dungeons and Dragons is a title, therefore it is singular.
It is an is.
It's an is.
Yeah.
Okay, folks. So how exactly do we play the game?
With the power of words.
With the power of words, folks. No, honestly.
And like very expensive miniatures, but you know.
But okay, here's the thing though. You don't always need the miniatures. Because if you're playing online, it's completely different.
You could totally just draw a stickman, and then you're like, hey, that's my character.
Exactly. So like, honestly, folks, let's. Why did I put this slide? It feels like I should have just gone straight to the materials needed. So, folks, well, let's just say, we just want you to know that there are only a few simple things that you actually really need to play this game. Also, I'm just gonna say to the people who know where this GIF came out, shout out to you. This is one of my favorite scenes. Do you know where the scene came from?
This was one of the. It felt like a fever dream.
I need you right now, Emily Axford, to verbally describe a sexy rat. Put a picture in my mind as a dungeon master what a sexy rat is.
It was beautiful. At the same time, I don't know what we did to get there, but I'm so glad we did.
I've gotta say, like, okay, I have a random question for you, Scarlet. If you could... If we're gonna use, like, because I know that every player is unique, but if you would consider yourself, like, in the shoes of one of the Critical Role or like the Dimension 20 or like another famous D&D player or DM, who would you consider yourself as?
Oh shit. I'm gonna have to get back on you. I have to get back to you on that one. That one's pretty hard. Like I can't make any connections between me and like these people I basically look up to because they're just amazing people and they're amazing at roleplay. It's just insane. The creativity it takes. I don't know, man.
That's true. It feels like if you say like I am the Emily Axford of like my group, it feels like you're really setting a standard for yourself, and if you don't deliver.
True. It's like if you don't deliver on that thing, oh boy, people are gonna flame you.
I will say though, my DM always tells me the way I play is like a combination of Emily Axford and Laura Bailey, and I was like, so you're saying I'm difficult?
That is the most pointed like compliment you could ever tell anyone who plays the game and knows who they are.
And no, cause like okay, Laura for me is actually not as chaotic as Emily. I feel like Emily's a whole different brand of chaos. You seen her when she finally went to the Critical Role one?
Chaos.
Chaos.
She is chaos impersonified.
But the thing is, what I love about her is that her chaos is very calculated. She knows how to play this game, which is like more terrifying. It is terrifying to play with a chaotic player who actually knows what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
They know how to bend the fucking rules. Also, wait.
And that makes for a really fun board, honestly.
Yeah. If you're the DM who is prepared for it, because Lord knows not a lot of DMs can handle a player like that.
For sure.
Bless the heart of my
me,
DM.
Yeah. Me, I don't think I could.
Really?
That's why I need another person.
You know what? I'm just gonna say right now, if I do play one of your games where you're just the DM, I will be that player.
I'm gonna be praying. I'm telling you right now, I am praying.
Praying right now to the Lord Jesus. Wait, Emil said if the player dies, they become the DM. It's a very good stipulation.
I'm gonna write that down.
Write that down. And for every player character. It's basically a good warning, though. Don't be a dumbass player.
Yeah.
Oh, that is true. Player versus DM is a very dangerous and risky proposition. I would say you only do that if you're really good friends. Because I would say I would never play the way Emily plays if I was in the table of somebody who I don't know personally.
It's very hard to know the boundaries of someone DMing for you, you know?
Which is exactly what we will actually discuss later in the, the importance of a session series.
Segment.
Oh my god, we are getting ahead of ourselves. Okay, let's go first to...
Let's continue.
Yeah. See, thank you for keeping me my toes, Scarlet.
Yes.
Alright.
You gotta keep on track some.
So, folks, what are the materials you'll need? Listen to Liam O'Brien. He knows what he's doing.
He knows his shit.
Okay, alright. So, first thing you'll need is... The
forbidden candies.
So Scarlet, let me ask you. How much dice do you have?
Way too many to count, but I do have 6 sets.
Just 6?
Like, sets.
Just
but
6?
I have like a shitload of like one-ofs strewn around.
Hold on. Let me just get something.
Alright, no problem. So,
what?
While they're getting some stuff, yeah, I only have 6 actual pairs of dice, because me being the forever DM, I don't really get to play that many player characters.
That's so sad.
And when I do play player characters, I tend to buy, like, sets for them. Don't ask. I'm pretty sure everybody's like, oh, if you're gonna play player characters, why not just use the same dice? Because they're special, man.
It's special. I will say the first time I played, I remember the first time I played D&D, the first dice I got was actually a gift from a friend. And then I remember I was thinking, oh, this is probably the only dice I'm gonna need, and then I started buying more and more. And you know, when I couldn't buy it, I stole it.
That's where it starts. Well, I wouldn't condone the stealing of dice. Like, come on. But you know, you do what you gotta do, I suppose.
Oh my god! Sorry. Wait. Sorry. Eighth the Phoenix VTuber just said, "I have a few sets of dice. I even got a Grey Warden themed one. There's a Grey Warden themed DnD. Squirrely.
We're gonna need that pair. We're gonna need that pair, Eighth.
I'm gonna need this. I literally play in a I literally play in a Dragon Age D&D campaign, so I'm definitely gonna need it.
I'm looking it up right now.
Oh my god. Y'all, can you hear this?
Oh my goodness, that's so nice.
Wait, I wanna see it.
Whoa.
I'm
gonna send it. I'm gonna send it. It's here.
Is it so? Oh my god.
It's officially, it's official merch.
Oh my god.
Wow, they're pretty.
How much?
Okay, that's very pretty.
How much is it? How much is it?
It's out of stock.
It's out of
stock.
Motherfucker.
It's out of stock.
I don't even have.
That pains me.
You know, I don't even have like the dice of Critical Role, and it hurts me. I've been meaning to buy it, and I still haven't bought it. Ugh. By the way, the one I'm shaking right now, this is just one of my dice. Cause I put my dice in like a box. I have like a 4 boxes of dice.
4 boxes of dice. I just got like 1 big box for my dice. And it's this one.
Ah, the click-clacks!
Oh man.
But
don't you just love that?
I know, but okay, folks. Let's say you don't have the money for dice. It's perfectly fine. There's such a thing called like a dice roller online. So yeah, it's not as fun, but you know, you gotta deal what you gotta do. So you need this dice because why do we need this dice? I was gonna say darling, not Scarlet.
Hey, I mean, why do we need these dice? Well, you know, to be more involved with the game, I suppose. No, nah, for real. These dice actually, they decide your fate, so to speak.
That is so true. Like, your dice, because again, D&D is storytelling, but it's not just purely storytelling. There is also
it's gamified storytelling, basically, right?
Exactly. It's a gamified storytelling where it's true that you can do anything you want. Like, hey DM, can I roll to like stab the person? You can, but I will say like there will be like, let's see if you can do it successfully or you won't. There is the matter of chance. That's like, what the dice do.
You're walking, you're lunging at this dude from like 6 feet away. I don't know how you're gonna do it, man.
And like, God, I will. You know, people always tend to wait. No, maybe that should be for the next part where we discuss natural 20 and natural 1. I was about to say. Oh, okay. Okay.
Tangents galore.
I'm trying to like make sure that we don't tangent too much because again, we only have this room for 5 hours at most. Not to say that this entire stream is gonna be 5 hours, but if it goes there, well.
Rue, please extend. I'll buy you chicken nuggets, or what do they eat?
Rue can eat. Okay, so Rue is a very special kind of vampire. In the world of Dungeons and Dragons, you would consider her a homebrewed, vampire, because like she can eat food, and she can also drink blood. She's like, oh shit, she's a vampire ascended. Oh my god.
Now that you mention it.
Oh shit, she's a vampire ascended. Woo! Anyway.
We have the perfect homebrew character for you.
Do you want to play Astarion if he chooses the evil route?
Hey yo. But anyway, back to the matter at hand. Dice. They are essentially the extension of your character.
Basically.
All your choices revolve around dice rolls. Pretty
much. Or like, I will say, I am also the type of DM. Like, let's say if I have a player that, let's say they're trying to argue with me, like as their character, okay? Like it's an RP session. If they can say something incredibly compelling, it's either I significantly lower the DC, and I also actually sometimes completely omit the dice if it's really that good.
Because if they give a really good explanation as to why they're doing this, or like,
yeah, exactly.
Give a good reasoning, and they're staying in character, which is perfectly fine. Why wouldn't you reward that? Right?
Exactly. I feel like actually, if it really rewards your player for the role play. I mean, I do understand that not all players are role players, but to the one player who actually really does the effort of role playing, I get points for that.
Hell yeah.
I consider myself a really generous DM, to be honest.
Same.
That's why I could never play Adventures League. We would be allowing our players to do too much shit.
We're gonna get to that in a while.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Boy.
Oh, folks, shit. Okay, so the next thing that you're gonna need is definitely a story.
What kinds of stories are there, Jackie?
Well, the kinds of stories that, honestly, folks, it really depends on you. What kind of story you want to say. Like, do you want to do a classic fantasy story where you're in the Forgotten Realms? Or maybe you want to play something a little more Greek where you can find yourself in the place of the heroes? Or maybe you want to do something a little more spacey, like in Spelljammer. Honestly, folks...
Spelljammer.
Yes, Spelljammer. Honestly, folks, the story that you want to say completely depends on what you and your DM agree upon. Especially if your DM is like the type of person who's like, hey, I want to run a game. I don't know what game, but I want to run a game. Now, if your DM...
I'm completely fine with playing absolutely anything. Exactly.
And we will discuss... Yeah. So anyway, a story is basically whatever it is. It can be a one-shot. It can be as long... A one-shot is basically just one session. Or it can be as long as, 5 sessions. It can be a whole-ass campaign. It all really depends. I swear to God. See, this is the kind of... I swear to God. This is the kind of, thing that I wish I got as a report when I was back in high school. Because I wouldn't even have to prepare for this. Anyway, I'm going into a tangent. Sorry. So...
Speaking from the heart over there, Jackie.
Yeah, exactly! I don't even need Honestly, we didn't even need this PowerPoint. We just go straight. We know what we're doing.
We know what we're talking about. It's just we need this so that we don't go on dumbass tangents.
As long as you're not a Monty Hall
GM.
Who's a Monty Hall? Like Monty Python?
No. It's basically like a very... How do you explain this? Would you kindly explain it? Nobody special?
I love how you're making the class explain.
Because I'm not as well versed, but I have heard of that term before. I think it has something to do with being extremely generous with how they award their player characters.
Oh. Yeah.
Too much XP, too powerful items. I don't know.
We'll definitely get into that.
For sure.
Because I know I've made my mistakes in that.
I've made a few.
I mean, especially if you just start... Oh, he was a game show host. Oh. I do... Yeah, I know Faradar was also saying, I don't know Monty Hall, but I know who Monty Python is. Also, I'm just... Wait, sorry. Af said... How do I say her name? Fee?
Or Fee.
Fee.
You could call them Fee.
Okay, Fee. Okay, got it. Alright. Okay, and after the story, you're gonna need, obviously... You can't have
someone
a goddamn...
facilitate it.
Exactly! So, tell me, Scarlet, what exactly do we do as a dungeon master?
Well, first and foremost, and the thing that I really want to stress is dungeon masters don't enforce the rules, as they're written. As much as possible, don't do that, because not everyone's going to agree with how you play the game, right?
Yes.
Everybody has their own flavor.
Exactly.
You're less of a commander and more of a facilitator of sorts. you are a facilitator of the story, you're a facilitator of the experience overall.
Exactly.
So, the what's hinging on your responsibilities is the player experience. You know, are your players having fun? Do you think do they think they're not wasting their time? What don't the dungeon master do?
They don't play the characters. They don't do that.
They don't play the characters.
Because that's really railroady. I hate railroading dungeon masters, and I should know. I started as one because I didn't know how to play the game at first.
I wasn't aware that I was doing that, like, when I was starting out. I was like, oh, dude, I really want to play with you guys, but I'm the DM, so I'll just do a self-insert character. Boy, was that a mistake.
Oh, man.
Boy, was that a mistake.
Well, you know, here's the thing. You don't start out playing DnD, or like, and actually, you don't start out in anything completely a master. Honestly.
For sure.
You only start with Audacity.
That's true. You just have the Audacity and a rulebook.
I do feel like, though, DMPCs are okay if they don't play a central role.
For sure.
Yeah, like, when I finally learned my mistakes, I still had a DMPC, but mostly just to make sure that in case my players didn't get the memo on what to do, they were there to assist them. So if they're just...
So
if
you're
they're
basically the guildmaster.
Basically. So if they're just there to assist and not really super influence how the world works, because at that point, just write a goddamn story. You don't need players. So yeah, so I always think of, like, I gave you this analogy earlier, but like, think of the dungeon master as like, you're in a group work. The dungeon master is the group leader. That basically, like, yeah, you're leading it. You also know how the flow is gonna go with your presentation, but like the meat and everything else, your group mates have to deliver that shit. It can't just be you.
Absolutely, and like what Ferendar said, rule number 0, the DM has the final say.
Yeah.
That I can agree with. Like, there has to be some semblance of order
And authority.
and authority in the party, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, like, just don't abuse your power, DMs.
Yeah, don't be a
That's
dick.
all I'm asking.
Honestly, don't. Oh god, the moment we reach the... I'm just gonna say right now, the moment we reach the part of our slide segment
Yeah.
where we talk about tips for new players and DM, I feel like we're just gonna be saying all the shit we wish our players or our DMs would do.
All I'm gonna say is, like, you know, don't be a dick, guys.
Don't be a dick. Also, do not expect the sun and the moon from your DM. You know, they can only do so much.
They can only do so much. Exactly.
Some players be expecting all of us to be like fucking Matthew Mercer, Abria Iyengar, Matthew Colville. Like, Miss Ma'am, I ain't them. I'm just me. I'm Jacki3. Okay?
That rhymed. That's pretty sick.
Hey, that rhymed. I know, right? Oh,
that rhymed
high
pretty
five!
well.
High
That
five!
rhymed pretty well. Yeah.
Let's go!
That was a pretty good rhyme.
Thank
but yeah,
you.
don't expect your DM expectations to match, you know, reality, because not every DM is gonna be the same as any other DM, and we're gonna get to that later. But for now, on to the next slide.
Yeah, okay, so the next one is, obviously, if you can't just be the dungeon master. If you're just the dungeon master, at this point, just write a goddamn book. You're gonna need your intrepid heroes! Say hi, intrepid heroes!
Hi, intrepid heroes.
I love them so much. Are you watching the new junior year of Dimension 20?
Ugh, not yet.
Loser.
I'm meaning to like let the episodes pile up, and then I'm gonna like watch them as I work on stuff, you know?
I'm still judging you. I can't believe. I'm kidding.
You know, respectable.
Respectable. But yeah, you're gonna need players, and I'm just gonna say right now, you can have as little as one player. I mean, it's gonna be kind of sad, but I have a friend though who actually really enjoys one-on-one. Like, Some people like that, but okay. I asked you, like, Scarlet, what's your sweet spot when it comes to like
to player parties?
Yeah, sorry. It was a dirty
What's
joke.
up?
No, it was a dirty joke. What's your sweet spot? Take me out to dinner first.
Oh, okay. Oh, well. I don't know. I was about to say. But my sweet spot was probably around 4 to 5.
4 to 5. Actually, I would
Like that. That way you don't forget people, and at the same time you could focus on certain individuals.
Exactly. I would actually say the same. 4 to 5 is my sweet spot, but like I've managed as much as I think 10 players.
10 players? The most I've gone is like 8. It's crazy.
I'm just gonna say, it's not. Okay, it is fun, but at the same time, it's hard to manage because, as you know, not everybody gets a spotlight.
Ooh, for sure.
Like you have to divide it up between so many people. If you were like 10 people, but the only reason I do 10 is like it was a special occasion.
Yeah. That's the only thing I'll excuse for big parties like that.
Yeah. Oh, a lot of I think people are agreeing with 6 is. Marshall said 6 is my preferred number. Nobody special 4 to 6. Baroners is 4 to 5, or I stop at 3 to 4. My rule is it can't be more than 6, maybe 8. Honestly, I'm just gonna say.
That's like a good ballpark. Yeah.
I'm gonna say right now, the moment I did 10 players once, I never again. Never again. I was like,
one and done thing.
Yeah, like my hard stop is 8 now. My hard stop is 8.
For sure.
That one session with 10 players, it was fucking fun, but doing it online is a nightmare.
Oh, you did it online too. That's
yeah.
That is a logistical nightmare.
Exactly.
Holy crap! I can't even think of that.
Cause like the what happened was I usually have 6 players, but then I had like. Cause, okay, I'm the type of person who's like, oh, you're a forever DM, you haven't played in some time, okay, you know what, baby, you want to guest in my game, and I do that, and I kind of did that too much, so we had like 10.
of like, forever DMs having a table to play on.
I know, and I was like, they had fun, but I was stressed the entire time. Never again, sir, never again.
I'm pretty sure they had fun. If you got to play a player character for once, you would be ecstatic.
Yeah, you would be ecstatic. You know, like you wouldn't fucking care. You're just happy you finally got to like play that build you've been wanting to play for so long.
Exactly.
Nobody special said. The most I've seen 22?
22 is a very impressive number. I'm pretty how the fuck
was that one DM? Or was that like multiple DMs? Because I've seen people like there'd be 20 players, but then they'd be playing separate. I've seen that.
Yeah, they'd have like 2 maybe 3 DMs at the table that would split them into subgroups.
That is nuts, though. That is legitimately nuts. Okay, and then Hama says, I feel like 10 players would take forever. Oh, 1000%, especially if you're playing combat. Oh,
especially if it's like the BBEG, you know, the big bad evil guy.
Oh, you know
that's gonna
what?
take ages.
I just thought maybe what would make combat faster if you were actually doing it like, let's say 10 players. Maybe you could actually pair up, and like the pairs would like roll one collective initiative.
Okay, I'll get back to you on that.
Oh,
one,
later. Yeah, later.
I've been experimenting on that on initiatives. Recently.
Okay. You're gonna tell me, because I want to know too. Alright.
So yeah, now that we have everything gathered, you know, pen and papers, or players, you got your dungeon master, you got your story,
you got your dice, and you got whatever medium you want. It can either be online or offline. Offline, you know, live. Okay, so... Now is the time where you ask, okay, Jackie and Scarlet, But what kind of D&D do I play? Because you said that there were different kinds. You said the Spelljammer, whatever, Fortnite. Fortnite is not what I was...
Fortnite?
I mean,
you
Forgotten Realms.
Could.
Oh, honestly? Yeah.
Right? You probably could. But, like, I don't know. Anyway.
Okay, so, what are the kinds of D&D? I mean, I feel like there are actually a lot, because, folks, I'm just gonna say, there are different versions of D&D. So, what we're mostly discussing is 5e, although, Scarlet, you said you have experience with 4e, right?
4e is a nightmare. Let me just say. In terms of the maths that you have to do, and the combat is insanely long in 4e, from what I could remember. We were playing like a mid-level like party of around level 13, 14 PCs.
That's a lot.
Oh boy. It was. Let me just say, I don't want to go back to 4e. I don't want to go back to 4e.
If I'm not mistaken, 4e is the kind where, like, if you ain't a power gamer, forget about it.
That's where power gamers shined. Shown the most. I feel like.
Cause like, you better make sure you know your build and you're building it right. Otherwise, it is not gonna be great.
Marshall put it the best. 4e is for people who don't want RP in their RPG.
Wait.
It's very combat centric. It's very combat centric the way 4e was designed.
I mean,
and you know what? Respectable. If you want that, totally fine with me.
Yeah, I feel like 5e is not like, because what's beautiful about 5e is that it really lets you RP a lot. There's so many opportunities, and there are so many spells that encourage role-playing.
What I do like about 4e is the fact that they did introduce death save throws and
they did,
if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So you gotta thank 4e for cantrips.
Oh shit! Thank you 4e for cantrips. Okay,
and
wait.
death saving throws. Those. Oh man, we're gonna get to those in a bit.
Yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves. So, folks, I realized I should have started with modular instead of homebrew, but homebrew is
fine.
Like, I wouldn't say the most popular, but I would say it is a big thing because homebrew basically, folks, means that you created your own story, you created your own world, not necessarily created your own rules for adapting to 5e, but homebrew just means you made it yourself. You're not using the shit that Wizards of the Coast or any other official D&D thing gave you. It's the shit that you made. So, I must say, I'm more of a homebrew person. Most of the games that I've played, and I've actually DM'd, are mostly homebrew. What about you?
I've actually... I'd say I have a healthy mix of modules as well as homebrew, because most of the one-shots that I do tend to use are from AL.
Adventurers League!
Which we'll get to in a bit. But yeah, they're very easy to run, surprisingly. Well, I think that's what Wizards were trying to go for Adventurers League one-shots. But yeah, homebrews, the pros of homebrews is the world is your oyster, right?
Yeah, make it anything you want.
However, the amount of prep that goes into a homebrew session.
1000%. 1000%.
And you can't expect everything to go exactly to script all the time, right? So you gotta have contingencies, and then you gotta have contingencies for your contingencies. Which, it's enough to keep a DM on your toes.
It keeps the improv alive of D&D. What's your favorite homebrew that you've run?
Homebrew that I have run
or had played in.
I remember playing in one where it was a Sea of Thieves based
the game,
adventure,
the video game.
Yeah. It was basically based on the idea of like, oh, we're a bunch of pirates. We're sailing out on the seven seas to find the definitely not One Piece.
Wait, no, that's so cool though. But I do remember that combat in sea is usually tricky. So how was that?
Surprisingly, fairly simple.
Oh, okay.
The DM would encourage us to board the ship.
Why were you guys not boarding the ship?
Which made it very simple. Cause you know, if you fought the enemy ship, it would destroy the ship. You wouldn't get loot. We love loot. So we were like, you know what? As much as possible, we're gonna ram into their ship and steal their ship.
But you had to make sure that you didn't completely destroy it, because otherwise...
That is true. That is true. I don't know how the dude did it. He was a great DM. You know, he was like one of my first.
Oh, you never forget your first, baby.
You never forget your first.
Okay, I got a question. In terms of like the mainstream, you know, DnD... Well, not mainstream. What's your favorite homebrew from a different DM? Yeah. What?
From what I've watched?
Yeah, from what you've watched or listened to.
It would probably be something from Dimension 20, because I don't know, man. The stories are great.
Brennan is an amazing DM. I
love him to bits.
That is the reason why I put for this picture. That's why I put Crowd of Candy, which I think is arguably the best one they've ever come up with. I will never forgive Brennan Lee Mulligan for making me cry over fucking candy.
Yeah.
That cunt. That cunt.
But me personally, like, my favorite of Dimension 20 is Starstruck Odyssey. The one where they went to space.
Yeah, the one that
Love that.
The world was made by Brennan's mom. Yeah, Mama. I love that.
Which is really cool, right?
I actually get a lot of inspiration from Sundry Sydney.
Oh, do you?
I do. Like,
alright.
I'm just gonna say, when I finally watched and listened to Starstruck Odyssey, I remember going to Rue and I told her, Rue, do you think we can install some skates on my feet? And she was like, yeah, Sundry Sydney is the reason why I asked Rue for her to install skates on my feet. And she was like, okay, let's hope the wild magic don't turn into nothing. And that was a plan for a day. But I still got skates in the end, though. I got the skates. Yeah. It was just I had to be a sunflower for a day.
Oh well, I mean, it's worth it. At least you didn't need to eat, right? Well, I mean, you don't really need to eat, but you know, how was it like to
be a plant?
Photosynthesize?
Well, you know, the sun and the water. I don't know how to explain it to you. I was a goddamn fucking plant.
Alright, that's fair. Moving on.
Okay, moving on. Right. Then you have something called a module. So a module is...
It's basically a curated story made by Wizards of the Coast. They usually go up from like level 1 to around level 13 to 15, I remember. They usually don't go past 15 for you know, balance reasons, because 5e's balancing past that...
Whack.
Whack.
So whack.
Very whack. Hang on, let me read chat. That's interesting. Homebrew is the embodiment of with great power does come great responsibility. Don't you agree?
It is so true. It is 1000% true. It's also a lot of trust on the DM that they wouldn't fuck you over, and also the trust that they would build a world that is good for everyone.
Absolutely.
Thank you!
You have to have that trust.
Yeah. Okay, what are the modules that you ever got to run or play?
I got to play a Waterdeep.
Which one?
I got Heist. Waterdeep
the Heist one! I want it!
I want to run it so bad.
Run it for me, please.
I'll try. I have the module. I can read it up, then we'll see.
Please, Grandpa.
Curse of Strahd. Curse of Strahd. I've watched people play this, and I wanna play it so bad. I wanna be one of the cool kids who's played Curse of Strahd.
You gotta play it because it's like
myself.
one of the most classic ones. That and the Apocalypse. Actually,
Oh, some Mogan's here.
I've only played like one module actually. I've only played, and it was Curse of Strahd, and I didn't even get to play it because I got the curse of like the D. Okay, folks, anyone here who has played DnD, 1000% knows how rare it is to be able to finish a goddamn campaign.
That is true.
You know what I'm talking about, and I will
That
never,
is so true.
I will never forget the reason why our group broke up because we had one kind of a player. We had one.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna spill the tea. We had one player who suddenly messaged us from out of the blue. I feel like you guys are not my friends, and I was like, what? Like this person just messages us. Like she was the type of person to always tell us, what do you mean you don't know her? I don't know if you know her. I'm not gonna.
Like out of nowhere.
Yeah, like here's the thing. We had a Discord group, and then we would always talk, blah blah blah, and then from out of the blue, she just messages us. I don't feel like you guys are actually my friends. And I was like, what do you mean? I was literally telling you not to do something stupid yesterday. Regular people don't do that. And then because of that, we were just like, you know, like she got super dramatic, and then we kind of just broke up. And then my DM was like, all right guys, new game, we're gonna play Descend into Avernus. And we did.
Oh man, that's so unfortunate. It always breaks my heart to hear an adventuring party just break up out of the blue suddenly.
It's more painful than a relationship breakup.
Honestly.
Because you're not just breaking up with one person, you're breaking up with the entire goddamn thing.
Bonds forged in combat. Gone.
Wait, somebody said, I honestly haven't played D&D in around 6. That's so sad. I hope you get to play D&D again.
Yeah, Fee.
Yeah, if you get to level 20 plus, you can literally warp reality. Yeah, that's why it's hard to play a game with like level 20 plus people. Actually no, it's level 20, not 20 plus. 20 plus.
You can only throw so many monsters at your party.
They're basically Jesus at this point.
Yeah.
Also, your D&D group is not your therapy session. Yes! Say it for
man.
the people at the back. Your DM is not your therapist. Which, by the way,
So
I
true.
just want to be very clear. If my player wants to explore themes that are kind of difficult, I don't mind that. As long as, I mean, again, that's why there's like a session 0. We will discuss that later.
We will get that. We'll
get there. It's all a matter of like boundaries, which we will get there. We will get there.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's like little tidbits of
us, like
what's in store for the rest of the evening for
I know.
everyone.
Okay, wait. The next one is, I think you can best explain this because I only played like 2 of this. Adventurers
for
League.
sure. Sure, Adventurers League is a sanctioned, basically it's a sanctioned, it's not an event. How do you explain it?
It's sort of like a collective.
It's organized play. It's
Yeah,
organized play, from their words, yeah.
Organized play. Actually, that is the best. Wait, what the fuck's going on? Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. Like, if I'm not mistaken, in Adventurers League, there are like tiers. Level 1 to 5, 5 to 10. 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, and then 16 to 20, right?
Yeah.
Like, you play in different sections, play different stories, you meet in an agreed time that you guys agree to, and you all level together. And I think Adventurers League is fine because it's a lot more grindy though, right? It's a lot more grindy.
For sure. Adventurers League, I feel, emphasizes on the fact that, you know, y'all are there, y'all have set a date. So like, okay, let's meet here, and then we're gonna just grind it out, you know?
Yeah. Not
I
really.
feel like that's how they justify making it worth it, I suppose.
Yeah, the rewards and shit. Also, this is more an XP base. This is not.
Oh, we're gonna get there.
We're gonna get there. Matthew Mercer and Brennan Lee Mulligan had words about that.
But like me, I'm not a big fan of XP based systems. It is not for me.
It is it's hard to keep track of as well.
It's absolutely hard to keep track of.
Because again, as Brennan did say, okay, if folks, okay, we're getting a little bit. Oh, we actually forgot to I think include this in the slides, like milestone versus.
Oh yeah. Versus
okay.
XP.
Okay, so we're just gonna say something. So milestone is when you level up based on certain events, and then
so basically end of chapter. Or...
Yeah, end of chapter. When you when your DM feels like it feels like it is an appropriate time for them to level up because they did something like this. Whereas XP is you kill a certain amount of when you kill like in a video game, when you kill a monster, you get a certain amount of experience. Okay. Scarlet, tell me what's the problem with I mean the con. Sorry, not the problem. We can't say it's
not the problem. It encourages murder hobo behavior, let's just say.
Yeah. Because go.
Yeah. It incentivizes players to deal with certain events in a very combative way. So, like, for example, yeah, exactly, killing boars is 2 XP. So, I'm only 6 XP away from leveling up. Might as well kill a few boars.
Or
you're not doing it for the sake of roleplay. You're doing it for the sake of XP.
Exactly. What's stopping me from what's stopping me from just going out in the street and becoming a serial killer? I mean, sure, the consequences of my actions, but you're telling me if I kill this guy, then I get experience. So let's say a bunch of level 1 guys meet in a tavern, and then you're telling me that in 3 months, because they consecutively started just killing anything that they saw, they're suddenly up against fucking God? It's kind of bullshit.
It's kind of silly.
It is. It's so silly. But if you want to play that way, who am I to yuck your yum? Just not for me personally.
True.
Oh, Nobody Special made a good point, though. Adventures League is usually found at your local hobby store. That is so true. And it's a good place to start on a regular schedule if you don't have a group. Yes.
Yeah.
It is very
absolutely. That is what I could say is arguably the best thing about AL, is that it's scheduled. Not necessarily you'd be meeting the same people all the time, but let's say you're only free Tuesdays, and there just so happens to be a dungeon master that's available on Tuesdays, so they could run a campaign with you and some other people, and then maybe you become friends with them, and then you have your own little party.
Yeah.
That's where friendships start.
Always remember that you gotta start somewhere. I was gonna say something really questionable. I was like, it's kind of like sex. Yeah, foreplay.
I mean, everybody starts off really bad at something until you become pretty decent at it.
Yeah, the first step to sucking at something is to be good. Wait, the first step to being good at something is to suck at it.
You keep on reversing that. I wonder why.
I know, I'm really bad. I'm really bad. And then finally, I don't actually think these are the only kinds of D&D, by the way. These are just what we're familiar with. The next kind is something called West Marches, which is actually kind of similar to Adventures League if you think about it.
Yeah, except in my opinion, it's more it's more open. Yeah, it's more homebrewy.
So, to the people who aren't familiar with West Marches, so West Marches is a concept where sometimes, okay, you are an incredibly large group of players. All of you want to play. So what happens is sometimes the only people who are free, and whoever DM is free, you get to play a game. There's also the concept that you are basically in a guild and you're doing missions. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's the concept, right?
That's basically what West Marches is.
Yeah, so you're in a guild.
You're mercenaries.
You're mercenaries. Which is, again, a little similar to Adventurers League in the way that you pop in when you can, but this one is a little more sandboxy, a little more just killing for shit. Not really, there's not a lot of story into West Marches, unless your DM chooses to have more story.
Yeah, it's more of a video gamey feel, you know?
Yeah.
You hop in, you grind for a few hours, and then you level up, or at least you get new equipment.
I tried playing it
There's not really much. Well, in my experience, I've only played like twice. And my DM was literally just like, "Oh, hey, combat here, combat there." There's a little bit of story in there, but like,
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you are a player or like a person who thrives in RP, this might not be the best one for you. But if you do want to get started in DnD, West Marches and Adventurers League is not a bad place to start.
For sure.
It's not a bad place to start.
Because down the line, you'd be able to gauge what you feel is best for you as a player.
Yeah.
You know?
Also,
Because
like
me, as a player, I love playing modules. Because the world of D&D, the Faerun and everything, it's just so interesting to me as a player.
I love Faerun.
I cannot run it for the life of me. At least I haven't gotten the balls to play like the whole module from page to like cover to cover.
I feel like I'd rather be a player than a DM in a Faerun setting. Sorry, Faerun. Faerun is the correct way.
Faerun.
Yeah, that's how they pronounce it in the D&D movie, so I'm just gonna...
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is one of the best... So, hands down, it was one of the most fun movies I got to watch last year. You got to watch it, right? The D&D movie? I love it.
It's such a fun movie.
Chris Pine did amazing. He was...
That's true.
But I gotta say, though, I know he's a bard. He felt more like a rogue.
He did not feel like a bard.
Yeah, he felt like a rogue that took the entertainer feat. And he probably took maybe not magical secrets. What's that feat that can get you spells?
As a rogue?
Yeah, like that feat if you want to like take spells. That feat, there's a feat. Magical secrets is a feature of bards. Well, you know, whatever.
Magic Initiate.
There, Magic Initiate!
Yeah,
Chris Pine felt like he was, okay, let me be very specific. He is a mastermind rogue. You can tell how addicted I am to D&D because I can basically tell you.
Yeah.
He's a mastermind rogue. He's probably level 10. He took a feat in magical secrets for bard, maybe for vicious mockery, and
Definitely for vicious mockery too.
He definitely took vicious mockery, and he's got the entertainer feat, and he probably has the lucky feat. See?
He definitely does have a lucky feat.
There you go. I know there's but I do know that there is an official build of him that he really is a bard. But I'm just saying that with how they presented him in the movie, he felt like that.
Yeah.
He felt very much.
And on the subject of bards, like freaking D&D has had this long-standing tradition of bards being the horn dogs of the party. As a bard myself.
So what about right now, Scarlet? You feeling a tingle?
I'm the most wholesome bard you've ever seen.
Have you fucked a dragon?
I have not.
Would you fuck a dragon?
If the fate of the entire village hung on the balance of that, I probably would, but...
So you'd fuck a dragon?
Don't quote me on that.
You'd fuck a dragon.
If I had no choice. If it meant saving the village of, like 30 orphans or something, I don't know.
Well, folks, you heard it yourselves. Scarlet Forte, the bard, the wandering bard, would fuck a dragon.
Dragon fucker. No, I'm not.
Wait, bro, Vicious Mockery is so funny. Like, at level 15, you can do, like, 10 damage, so, like, a poor guard can be, like, you're under arrest, and you say your mom and they die for it. I've played bards a lot. I've killed people with Vicious Mockery. It's the funniest shit ever. Imagine, like...
Honestly... bards who really lean into the vicious mockery thing, where they cast vicious mockery and then they add a fucking insult in there. That's just, oh boy, chef's kiss.
I absolutely love it when bards, but I absolutely when bard players really are. Wait, you know what? We're getting ahead of ourselves. We can talk about it when we talk about classes.
We can talk about that. We can talk about that when we talk about classes. Yeah.
I know. It's just I'm so excited because
which leads us to the next segment. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The next segment is character creation. Also,
oh boy.
I just want to say to the people who know who this is, who this person is in the GIF, I'm just saying you get a free kiss from Jacki3. This is the. See, I've never given kisses before, but if you can tell me who this person is, you get a free kiss from me.
First one to say it gets like a very crisp high five from me, and apparently a kiss from Jacki3.
Yeah, the first person, not everyone, okay? If people might start just saying his name, and I'm just gonna be like, well, I want to see if people, I want to see if people actually know him. No, you know, okay. Because if somebody actually gets it, I will be so happy. You know who this is, Scarlet? You know, right? You know who this is, right? You know?
I mean, with that flair.
Without, okay. Alright. So the first thing you need to know when you make, well, actually not the first. It can be in any sequence here, folks. One of the things that you're gonna need when you build a character is you want to know what race it is. So, Scarlet, what are the different races? Enumerate all of them.
There are a lot, but we'll be focusing on the ones in the player's handbook, in the default player's handbook. Let's start off with the very, very basic humans first, because...
Oh no, human...
Whoa boy.
Whoa boy.
They are what you consider a jack of all trades, master of none. They excel in
everything.
Everything.
Yeah, they got like they have the human determination feat.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you play humans actually in DnD? I've never played a human in DnD.
I haven't, but
I've DM'd it.
I've never, yeah, I have DM'd like a couple of people who are like, oh, human paladin, human fighter, human rogue, which is pretty rare. Cause
I don't know, in a game of like where you can be anything, it always feels weird to be human. I have nothing. I'm not. Yeah, I know. It's like the stale white bread of races, but at the same time, I do not blame you because I'm just saying the stats. The stat bonuses of humans and like the feat that can come with it, it's pretty damn sweet.
Especially if your DM allows for variant human.
Yes! Shout out to the DMs who allow variant human. You're the real one.
Like, for those of you who don't know what variant humans are, they basically start off with ability score increases. We'll get to that. They are basically a choose your own adventure kind of dude, where you get to choose your own power fantasy.
Yeah, pretty much. Then, okay, I guess we'll just cover like the most basic of these races because there's a lot.
So what is the difference between like gnomes and dwarves and halflings?
Oh, really? You're gonna give me the hard questions, really, Scarlet?
It's pretty easy.
Okay, halflings are basically what you would know as a hobbit. So to the LOTR people, the reason why it's called halfling is because they didn't have the rights to call it a hobbit.
They'll call it a hobbit, but they're basically hobbits. If you know hobbits from Lord of the Rings, they're not tall. They're very hairy. And
they're very
pointy
lucky.
ears.
Very lucky.
They're very lucky.
They're very lucky. Now gnomes are more like the magical small people. That's the best way I can put it. They're the magical small people, and then you got the dwarves who are like
the mountain small people.
The mountain small people.
Inside the mountain small people.
They're a lot more stocky, and usually the best. Oh, we can actually. I was gonna say the best classes for them. Like, usually, dwarves are usually played by clerics. Like, cleric dwarves, halfling,
Beefy front lines.
yeah. Beefy front lines. Halfling, actually, halfling is pretty versatile. Rogues.
Halflings are pretty versatile.
Rogue.
Yeah.
Halfling rogue. Gnome wizards. Yeah. Gnomes are leprechauns? Actually, that's not that's not a bad way to put it.
They could be. They're like, different flavored leprechauns, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. And then you got, like, the elves, which are, like, again, very standard DnD. Elves, which, you know, are known to be the beautiful race. You know, the absolute perfection.
They are the paragons of beauty.
The paragons of
fair,
beauty.
apparently.
Yeah, basically Legolas. And then you have half-elf, which, by the way, half-elf doesn't necessarily have to mean it's half-human. It just basically means half-elf, half whatever the fuck.
Half something.
Yeah, especially when Tasha's Cauldron, the Tasha's book, the source book came out. It made D&D even more customizable with the rules they have in Tasha's.
That's true.
And then you got one of, arguably my favorite race, the Tieflings, which, by the way...
Tieflings?
Yeah. So you know I'm gay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, folks, if your favorite race are Tieflings, I know you're gay. I know you're gay.
You don't have to explain yourself to me.
You're either gay or you're an ally. That's it to me. That's it to me. And Tieflings are basically with
Even Fee agrees.
people with
Picture
devil
the
blood.
tiefling you have is really hot.
Yeah. They're hot devil people. And then, but I will say though, I have discovered another, because I have like two of my two favorite races. It's either I play a tiefling or I play an Aasimar, which is basically the opposite of a tiefling, which is like an angel person. So it's basically a tiefling with extra steps.
Okay.
Actually, let me be very specific. My favorite Aasimar to play is a fallen Aasimar, which is essentially the tiefling with extra steps.
Tiefling, yeah. Come on, dude. Like, hey, you know what? Don't yuck somebody's yum.
Thank you.
Respectable, though.
Thank you. What about you? What's your favorite?
My favorite race is definitely the Aarakocra because, you know, flying.
Flying! You are a DM's nightmare.
I am.
That's
why I'm the...
Like, I have DMs who would, like, outright ban Aarakocras just because they don't want people with flying speed. Unless we were playing a high-level campaign. And then you also have the Dragonborn, which is 1000% iconic. Basically, it's... Well, I don't know how to... You know, it's self-explanatory. It's a Dragonborn. It's a dragon.
You are a descendant of a dragon.
You are a descendant of a dragon. And by the way...
For one way or another, you are also humanoid.
Some of you may debate... Okay, I have a question for you. Do Dragonborns have tails or not?
It depends on what percentage of their makeup is dragon, you know?
Trick question. Dragonborns canonically in D&D do not have tails.
Do they?
They don't have tails. Canonically speaking. Canonically speaking. But like for me, I don't give a shit. So I'll give them a tail because it just feels right.
That's true. Yeah. Really?
Yeah,
they never have tails?
They don't. Okay, look at your player's hand. Okay, I'm gonna go. Look at your player's handbook.
Check.
They don't have tails. They don't have tails. Wait, actually, let me check. Tiefling, half orc, half elf, Dragonborn. Yeah, look. They don't have tails.
Holy shit.
They don't. They don't got tails.
Well, that's something I learned today.
And then you got the half orc, which is basically half orc, half anything you want. And yeah, again, folks, there are so many other races. You got, like, as you mentioned before earlier, the Aarakocra. I mentioned Aasimar. You got like
you also have tortoises.
You got like Githyanki. There are so many fucking races in D&D. And really, the world is your oyster, and again, it all depends on what your DM allows. Also, hello, Vice! Hi!
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, I hope you're ready for our collab, which is not next year. I mean, which is not next month, so it's actually still far away.
Not gonna be next year, hopefully.
Yeah, not next year. A dragonborn trying to become a draconic blood in fail ways like scale suits and dragonborn trying to become more draconic. Oh, a dragonborn with self-esteem issues.
I want to be like father.
I want to be like father, but
I can breathe fire like father, but why do I not have the tail?
That would be a miracle, because it means that the mother is the one who fucked. You know what? They could fuck it.
Dragonborns are like donkeys, kids, and Shrek. Mugen, why did you have to put that image in my mind?
Oh my god, you're actually right.
No.
That
it's stuck there now.
I feel like that's such an upsetting image. That is so
really
upsetting to me. All right, Loxodons. Yes, the elephant ones. The elephant ones. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let's move on from racist.
Move on.
Because I swear to God, I plan on having like a separate stream just dedicated to character creation.
Yeah.
Just
totally,
This is us just going through it.
Yeah.
And now you have the classes, which, by the way, there are, well, according to this, there are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, but there are actually...
There's so much more.
Yeah, there's so much more. There's like 12, if I'm not mistaken. 12?
Mm-mm.
Well, yeah, okay, so...
You don't have Sorcerer or Warlock in here.
Oh, I don't?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Look, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't. Sorry. There are actually... Okay, folks, there are 4 missing classes here, which is a Sorcerer, a Warlock, and depending on an Artificer, which is one of my favorite classes, by the way. And depends on your DM, but a Blood Hunter.
Oh.
Wait, there's no. Yeah. Okay. So let's enumerate. Okay, let's briefly go through over each one. A fighter is your basic bitch, but a basic bitch, but a good one. This is your standard fighter. Like literally, it's in the name. It's a guy who fights.
They are your front line.
They are your front line.
They can be offensive in like, for example, a battle master where they can dual wield weapons or two-hand like giant axes. Yeah. Or they could be more sentinel focused, like they're more defensive. They protect your allies from incoming arrows. They can also be like more magical if you want, the arcane trickster, the Eldritch Knight. Eldritch Knight. Yeah, essentially. What's your favorite subclass for ladder? Oh man, Eldritch Knight, absolutely. Freaking imagine attuning to your shield, throwing it, having it pulled back to you. I'm basically talking about cool. Captain America. My favorite one is the one that Matthew Mercer came up with, the Echo Knight. I've played an Echo Knight, and I'm just gonna say the versatility of an Echo Knight is nuts. I haven't. Like, I've seen some insane shit. Bro, you gotta play an Echo Knight. It is so fun, because it's like being a spellcaster, but not really, because you don't do spells. Because, so the Echo Knight has this thing where you can, you have an echo. And you know what's- You have a copy of yourself. You have a copy of yourself. It's 1 HP. It shares your AC and everything, but it's only 1 HP. But but you know what's insane about it? You can have unlimited echoes. Like, it's not just... Wait, hang on, it's not just 1 echo? Okay, what I mean by unlimited is, like, you can only have 1 echo. You can only have 1 echo at a time. But the thing is, you can summon it unlimited amount of times. That is insane, actually. Crazy. Can you summon it anywhere, or does it have to be You can summon it anywhere. That's sick. That's sick, actually. Properly sick. Like, I may have to look into that. I have bypassed, like, certain situations because my DM has forgotten I played an Echo Knight. I was like, how far is it? And he's like, it's like 20,000. He'd be like, oh, it's like 1,000 feet away. And I'd be like, okay, can I summon my Echo there? I can see it. And he's like, I forgot you can do that. Yeah. So as long as you have line of sight? Line of sight, yes. That's crazy. Oh, wait, actually... All right. Do you need line of sight? Yeah, you can. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember, because it's been a while since I played on my Echo Knight. But it's insane. It's really cool. If you love the Eldritch Knight, you are gonna love it. You are gonna love an Echo Knight. I'm going to have to read up on that. Yeah, thank you very much. Oh man, get ready to be a DM's nightmare.
The creative, because the thing, here's the other cool thing. An Echo Knight can go in any direction. Vertical, horizontal. So, and also here's a cool thing. So like, you can trade places with your Echo. So let's say you're falling, summon your Echo at the ground, and then you can immediately transfer. You you don't have fall damage.
Mean on your Echo, but like, that is very useful. What the heck?
It is stupidly useful. Anyway, this is just me gassing up the Echo Knight, because I just love it so much. Yeah, okay. And then the next is your first one, right? Your very first class?
My very first class.
Okay.
The Ranger.
Go, sir.
These guys, these fellas, you know, bows and arrows. You go from very long ranges.
Well,
You're masters of the hunt, basically. Sometimes you have a pet with you. It could be an owl. It could be a wolf.
a beast. Yeah, a beastmaster.
A beastmaster, yeah, basically. Or you could go for a trapper ranger, which I haven't really dabbled that much into, but I've heard good stories about like trapper rangers. They sound pretty fun.
So what was your first ranger? What did you play? What was your subclass? Do you remember?
Nah.
You don't?
I think it was probably something along the most basic one, because I remember like being, oh, I'm probably not gonna play this for that long, so I'm probably just gonna go hunter or something like that.
Oh, you went with hunter. So is that your favorite subclass, or did you have like a new subclass? Like
that was like my first one.
First one.
But like for
Favorite.
For rangers, I just love like the Beastmaster one, because you know, pet.
Okay, I have a question. You're talking about the revised one, right? Because the first one was ass.
Yes, I am.
The first one was ass, and you know it. You know, you watch Vox Machina. You know how Laura Bailey struggled with that.
I felt for that.
Yeah. There's also Gloomstalker Ranger. Actually, I was about to say, for me personally, my favorite subclass, because this is just me being a little bit power gamey, is the Gloomstalker. It is so insanely powerful. If you want a good, I'm gonna say, if you want like a good gauge of how stupidly powerful a Gloomstalker can be, watch Crown of Candy and see how Allie Beardsley plays Liam. Cause like
Gloomstalkers are insane.
They're, oh my god, especially my favorite way to play Astarion in Baldur's Gate is I will usually multi-class Gloomstalker and Assassin Rogue. Insanely strong. Insanely.
That is nasty. I could imagine just one-shotting people.
Bro, that is exactly why if I play Ranger, 1000% I usually go Gloomstalker. Or occasionally I will do Horizon Walker, just because it's cute and it's fun. But like, if you want to be like the most DPS of your games, bro, go Gloomstalker Assassin.
100% for sure.
Miss Ma'am, yes.
And now, since we're going to the wizards, like, we should probably also touch up on sorcerers and
we will
warlocks, right?
Because it's not here, god damn it.
Yeah. We'll just subclass that into like the spellcaster peoples.
Alright, okay. Wizards. I have actually not played a lot of wizards. I only played it as a DM, not really as a PC.
Yeah, I've only played like a wizard or a spellcaster in this case.
When you're DMing.
In Baldur's Gate. No, in
Baldur's Gate?
And yeah, and when I'm DMing. But like, normally I tend to stray away from spellcasters, except if it's a bard. I love bards.
Bards and warlocks are like my sweet spot. Oh wait, no, I play clerics. I'm more of a spellcaster than a martial. Now that I think, half caster. You're a full baby. You're a full.
I'm more of a martial kind of guy. Like it doesn't matter if it's long range or close range. I am in for that.
Okay. Oh wait, sorry. Somebody was like, a friend of mine played a ranger who had a ferret as her pet. That's so cute!
Oh.
She defeated a lich during its intro monologue by her ferret stealing the gem off the lich's that, I bet your friend rolled really well. Cause I'm just saying, as a DM, I would be so mortified.
That is impressive, and at the same time,
I feel for the
I'm
DM.
terrified. I'm terrified for the DMs. Like, what are you gonna do now? Your big bad's gone.
I'm just like, okay, Scarlet, do you ever feel a tinge of like pride, but at the same time pain when your players manage to outmaneuver you?
100%, dude. Like, I am so glad whenever my players tend to think 5 steps ahead of me. But also, man, I spent so many days preparing for this encounter.
Also, like, I don't know if you've felt this, but because this has happened to me so many times. For some reason, I will have players who are like, for my puzzles that are so hard, they will finish it in like 5 minutes. But the ones that are so simple, it takes them fucking half an hour.
Sometimes simple is best. They tend to overthink things, man.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, why?
I think I'm so clever with my puzzles, and then they're like, oh yeah, no, it's definitely this.
Yeah, and
Right?
and sometimes, you know, the way they overthink things, sometimes I kind of like, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I will be the type who's gonna be like, you know what? Yeah, it's not yet solved, because you're like, their idea of how to solve this puzzle is way better than the initial one that I thought of.
Yeah, sometimes your players just give you a better idea, and you're like, why didn't I think of that? Oh, right, because there are more people. I'm just one dude.
Fucking damn, man. Oh wait, sorry, going back to wizards, what is your favorite subclass? Even though you haven't played a lot of wizards, what's your favorite subclass?
I'm trying to think. War Magic's pretty good. Blade Singers.
Bro, same. I love Blade Singer so much. I think they're underrated with how cool they are. And personally for me, I would choose to be a Blade Singer over an Eldritch Knight.
It's so cool.
But like multi-classing Blade Singer with a Battle Master Fighter, mwah, chef's kiss.
Yeah. Freaking Blade Song? Ooh,
Blade
boy.
Song is nuts. But like,
Blade Song is insane.
I think one other cool subclass, if y'all haven't tried it, is like a divination wizard. I love the skill that they have because the skill that they have is they roll 2 dice at the start of every, I'm not sure if every session or after every long rest. And the thing is, they can choose those 2, whatever they rolled, anytime they want. So it's basically a luck point, but not really. So like, let's say, okay, the big bad rolls a natural 20, and you're gonna be like, actually, DM, they rolled a natural 1, according to my dice. I think that's so cool. And it's so clutch.
That is like such a clutch move.
It's such a clutch move. But my only problem with playing like spellcasters, especially wizards and sorcerers, is that, man, the D6. The D6 HP.
You're so fragile.
I know, unless you're playing like a draconic sorcerer.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
that's the only...
In which case, you're totally fine.
Yeah.
I told you about that one really dumb thing that I have like locked and loaded.
Yeah, you told the game that. Yeah, you wanna. Oh, Fee said, first time I'm meeting you, I think we may share a brain, so let's go, Fee! Let's go! I cast this. Yeah, okay, the next one, okay, since we're already in the topic of sorcerers and warlocks. Okay, sorcerer is basically, folks, the difference between a sorcerer and a wizard is a wizard went to school for magic, a sorcerer is just naturally good. So
what about a warlock?
A warlock is, you get a sugar daddy or a sugar mommy for your magic.
Okay, let's go into detail for that later. But for sorceresses or sorcerers, yeah, they are.
You're naturally
I wouldn't
good.
say they're hardworking. Yeah.
You're naturally good at magic, but and like I'd have to say between a wizard and a sorcerer, I feel like it is a... Actually, that's hard. Wait, actually, before... I'm getting ahead of myself. I was about to say the hardest class to play, which we can get there after we, like, describe everything. So basically, a wizard is a guy who studied magic, and a sorcerer is a guy who didn't study magic, he just got naturally good. And you have this concept of basically, like, meta magic, which is, meta magic is a concept in sorcery where you can kind of, like, adjust how you cast your spells. So let's say as a wizard you cast, let's say you cast Fireball. So as a wizard, you just cast Fireball. It does this amount of damage. Now, let's say if I was a sorcerer, what if I don't want the enemy to find out that I'm casting Fireball? So what you'd like to do is like a meta magic called like something like subtle spell. So like you secretly cast, because the thing is folks, when you cast spells, you are saying shit. People can see you do it. Subtle spell is gonna kind of like cancel it. So meta magic is basically how a sorcerer can adjust their magic to being even better than a wizard. You're just so fucking good at what you do. Okay? Basically.
You are born with it. You are born with it.
Yeah, baby, you are Maybelline. You are the Maybelline of classes and magic. Sorcerer is that...
It just comes naturally to you in the sense that, like, you don't even have to think about it.
Yeah.
It just kind of happens.
Sorcerer is that kid who says they're gonna fail the test and end up with a 1000% Emil. Oh my god, that is the best way to describe a sorcerer. He is that friend that you said, I didn't study for the test, and then you see that he got higher than... Fuck you, sir. Fuck you.
Yeah. So, Rue is a sorceress, right?
The thing is, Rue is a sorceress, but I've always felt like when I was listening to her in D&D terms, I was like, if we were in D&D, you'd be more like a warlock.
A warlock?
Yeah, because she got her powers from something else, which is the next class we're gonna do. What a segue! Oh, let's go!
So, what are warlocks?
So, a warlock is basically somebody who signs a deal with an otherworldly patron. That's what they call them. You call it a patron, not a god. Although, a patron can be a god. There's... Like, a patron can be anything. It can be Cthulhu, it can be an archfey, it can be literally anything. So, like...
It could be literally anything with, like, cosmic power.
Yeah, a really super powerful being. So, you have to, like, make a deal in order to become a warlock. We can go into the nitty-gritty of other warlocks, but I feel like that's better reserved for a different stream. But we're just kind of, like, going through...
Of
Yeah.
Spellcasters are a very, very mixed bag, so...
They are,
I think absolutely another stream would be merited just for spellcasters alone.
Wait, somebody asked, can you cast spells with your legs? Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that as a DM, you can definitely rule that out. You can, rule it in that, okay, let's say, what if your character is limbless? Yeah, you can definitely make them be able to cast it with their legs. What if they don't have legs? Well, as a DM, it's up to you to be able to make it happen.
That's true.
Because, like, I'd like to think that D&D is a game where you can play anything that you want to be. And it's up to the DM and the player to be able to meet a middle ground to see where will it meet the possibility within your realm.
It's up to you to twist the laws of the world that you're in.
Yeah, pretty much.
to facilitate the enjoyment of your party.
Exactly. And also, but not only the enjoyment of your party, but also your own enjoyment. That's why I believe that it is not always on the DM. It is a collaborative effort between the player.
For sure.
Yeah, exactly. It can't just be the player having fun. You also have to have fun as a DM. You're doing the shit for free.
You're doing this shit for free, so you might as well enjoy, right?
Exactly! Okay, and next we have is a cleric. Somebody brought up a question, like, what's the difference between a cleric and a warlock? There's actually, honestly, it's not a lot of difference, because a cleric...
There is one very important thing, though. Warlocks enter into a pact.
Yeah, they enter into a pact. A cleric
has devotion.
Devotion.
That's where they get their power from.
Exactly. So, like, a cleric is basically, you didn't have to sign a pact, you're just really fucking devoted to your god or deity. That's
and then they're gonna be like, hey, you know what? You're pretty cool. You look up to me that much? Alright, you can cast spells now.
Pretty much. I wish it was like that. Imagine if, like, real life was just like that. Like, hey, God, I really like you. And the God is like, thanks for liking me. Here, have the power to heal people from cancer.
Here, have the power to conjure extremely hot rays of sun on your enemies.
Pretty much, dude. And then, along with the cleric, because we're talking about devotion, there is also a class called a paladin, which is also, like, focused on devotion, but the difference is they're more of, like, the warrior type, and they're not necessarily limited to, like, gods. Because a paladin, you could be a paladin of a city. You could, because, like, okay, if clerics have devotion, paladins have oaths. Can you go further with that? You discuss it more. I'm just passing it on the microphone.
No, it's completely fine.
Okay.
So there are a lot of, paladin oaths. You have Oath of Conquest, Oath of Glory, Oath of Redemption, Oath of the Crown. There are a lot of oaths. Paladins essentially subscribe to a dogma, or a belief system that gives them strength to go about their daily needs, to go about their daily routines. So, for example, paladins of devotion swear on honesty, courage, like honor on the line of duty. Path of Oath of the not Oath of the Crown. Path of Oath of the Crown. You know, you swear to your sovereign of like loyalty, upholding the law, and stuff like that. So essentially, paladins are your I have to follow this set of rules or else I'm fucked. Because there are these paladins called oath breakers, right?
Yeah, oath breakers, which by the way is very fun to play if your DM allows it, because not a lot of DMs would allow you to play an oath breaker. It's insanely powerful.
It's insanely powerful to play oath breakers.
It takes a player that you trust to be able to play a character like that without power given too much.
Absolutely. Bound by duty with a bunch of subservience. Honestly, that's essentially what paladins are.
Yeah.
They are your, by hook or by crook, I will follow this oath to the ends of the earth.
Also, Farinder said, is Zuko from Avatar a paladin? I was literally about to say, after you were done explaining paladin, I was about to say, you know, Zuko is literally a paladin.
Because honor.
Yeah, he would be, I would say, he would be first. I think, okay, I feel like if I had to build him, he would probably be, because it would be so cheap, because it would be like, I'm just gonna say, it's like lazy if I just say, oh, he's a monk, because this is Avatar martial arts, but he's
like
honestly like, he would be I feel like he would be an oath of, he would go from Oath of Vengeance to Oath of Redemption.
Redemption,
yeah!
That's what I was also thinking, yeah.
See, we share the same brain.
We do.
Also, Neil Santiago, hell, welcome. In Naruto terms, Sasuke is a sorcerer. Naruto is a warlock. Sakura is a wizard. I feel like... Do you think Naruto is a warlock? I feel like Naruto is more like actually a sorcerer because he was kind of forced to it. He could be...
He was born with it, right?
Yeah, so I feel like Naruto would be more like... No, okay. Naruto, in my opinion, Naruto is a sorcerer with a Haunted One background. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom.
That's a perfect one.
But I do agree that Sasuke is definitely could be a sorcerer. Maybe a sorcerer was... Yeah. Anyway, oh god. Okay, wait. The next one is Cleric, Paladin. Oh shit, okay, you know, since we were talking about bards, which is arguably the best one. The best class.
The best class ever.
1000 best class. Thank you for being a bard, Scarlet.
I'm glad to be one.
So we got the bard, and I feel like I should give you the honor of explaining what a bard is, Mr. Bardman.
Bards. Mr. Bardman. bards focus on the ability to weave magic into words and music, essentially.
Yeah.
They can use it to inspire their allies. They can use it to like manipulate crowds to do their bidding. You know, if the roles allow.
If your DM allows you to be that.
If your DM allows you to be that strong. But yeah, the bard class is a master of song, speech, and entertainment, essentially, and that's what gives them strength and power in this weird, wacky world.
But the thing is, though, when you build a bard, it doesn't necessarily. I mean, the most common theme is to be a bard that's a musician, but you don't have to limit yourself to being just a musician, because the thing is, you could just be an artist in general. You could be like You could be like a writer bard, you can be like a spoken poetry bard. There are so many flavors. Honestly, we can discuss that later when it comes to like background and backstory.
Oh,
but
for
like
sure, yeah. There are so many flavors of bard out there.
Exactly. Avery, what's up? I hope you're
Hello, Avery.
Welcome to the DnD, not the DnD stream where we play the game. We're just discussing the game.
For the D&D discussion.
Basically.
Stream.
And then you have this, which
Aww.
in my opinion is probably the hardest class to play and something I wouldn't recommend to a first-time player. But if you want to play it, you know what, power to you. That's what Marisha Ray did. The Druid.
Very respectable. Absolutely. If you're going for a class and Druid is the first thing that catches your eye, 100% respect to you.
I have like I had this player because it was their first time playing, and the thing is, I know this friend and I know they have a hard time with keeping up with things. So I remember I told them, can I suggest you a different class? But it's still the same, because the only thing that matters to you is having the animal class, right? And it was like, yeah, might I recommend to you Ranger?
Yeah. You don't have to wild shape.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to wild shape, or I can give you a ring, or like a magical item that can allow you to do that. It's just the things that you have. So basically, folks, a druid is a nature. I was gonna say a hippie, a nature person,
a nature lover.
A nature lover.
They uphold the balance in nature, so it could be for the betterment or for
the worse.
Not for the worse, as long as they keep the balance. That's what's important to them.
Yeah. So I was gonna say a good example of a druid, and I can't really think of what. Oh, that tree girl from Sky High. What an old movie.
Oh man, that dates like your memory banks. Where did Rue get that?
She made me. I grew up watching really old movies and not the new ones because watching the new movies required you to go to the cinema. We didn't have money for that.
Okay, that's fair.
So I watched shit that was on the TV.
That's fair.
So
actually, Laissez-faire is like, make a bard who's a streamer. You know what? In Faerun, maybe there is streamers there.
I mean, I'm just gonna tell you right now.
Who knows?
The current campaign that I'm running is inspired from Fantasy High. I have a bard who's literally a streamer.
So it's basically like almost modern, but not quite, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I basically say, just imagine this world, but with magic. Anyway, so yeah, that's what a druid is. Basically, somebody who, what Scarlet said, maintains the balance. And, a lot of things to take note with it when it comes to druids, because we can get on with that when we actually discuss creating characters, but I'm just saying that, folks, if you're playing D&D for the first time, I don't really recommend druid. It can be very tricky, and it might impede in your enjoyment. But if you really want to, who am I to blame? But if you only really want like the animal theme, I might suggest playing a ranger. It would be easier to actually play.
That's true.
And then we have the rogue, which is, I think, the easiest
Stealthy
to play.
Boy.
I think rogue is honestly the easiest to play.
It really is.
Yeah, there's not a lot to really keep track of. All you need to know about rogue is, the stealthy boy. This is your usual thief or like your assassin. It really depends on you. This is also
people say that fighters are the easiest to play. I tend to counter argue that with the rogue.
No, the rogue is easy. I will say it depends on what kind of fighter you're playing. If you're playing a champion, 1000%.
Oh yeah.
I think champion's like the easiest to play in terms of fighter. But if you're playing something like a battle master, like an Echo Knight or an Eldritch Knight, it needs a little more finesse. But
That's
rogue
like
is
5 head.
Yeah, rogue is so easy to play. Like, unless I guess the hardest rogue to play would be maybe Arcane Trickster, just because they have the presence of spells.
Yeah.
Anything with like anything that requires casting spells, I always feel like it's a little bit more tricky.
That's mainly because of like spell management, which we'll get to in a bit.
We'll get to that. Archetype, I will roll for attracting the dragon. Somebody's after your gig, Scarlet.
Well, I mean, like I said, that's gonna be a last-ditch effort. If they want to bang the dragon so bad, go right ahead.
Go fuck the dragon, Scarlet. I believe in you. Oh wait, sorry. Maybe we spoke too soon. Rogue is not the easiest to play. It's Barbarian.
It's Barbarian.
Never mind, folks. We take it back. Barbarians would be the easiest. So basically, folks, Barbarian is... It's a guy. You
thrive in the middle of combat.
You are the main. Okay? If you're a barbarian, you're mostly gonna be the tank. You're taking the hits because you have this concept called rage.
Your dump stat is intelligence. Let's be honest.
Pretty much, your dumps. But you know, I'm always like really impressed when somebody decides to play out of the box. Like if I have a player who I ran a one shot and I had a player who made. Like, intelligence actually their highest stat for Barbarian.
Oh shit, okay.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Strength and dexterity were still high, but it's like they made intelligence their strongest. It's basically...
Was it like a wild magic barbarian or something?
What did they play? I think it was a zealot. I think they played a zealot.
Oh.
And then I was like, so what's your concept? And then my friend said, I'm a scientist who works out. And I was like, respectable, respectable.
You know what? Alright.
Honestly,
valid, dude.
The fact that you were not playing an Artificer and you decided to just go with Barbarian, I was like, I can respect that. It's not optimized, but again, you don't have to play to optimize. Not that there's anything wrong with optimizing as well.
Absolutely not.
Oh my god, Bookbarian, a librarian, but when you misplace or mistreat their books, they rage and ruin you. So you're talking about the old librarian we had.
Oh my goodness. Your old librarian was a barb?
Yeah. Rogues could be Aladdin or it could be Ezio. Yeah, 1000%.
Yes.
1000% I agree. Aladdin
they
is
could be scoundrels or assassins.
Oh. Aladdin is definitely a rogue. I was gonna say maybe he's like a bard, but no, he's definitely a rogue.
No, he's definitely a rogue. He just has high charisma and luck.
Yeah, and okay, the last two which aren't also here, which is the Blood Hunter and the Artificer. So the Blood Hunter is a subclass. It's a class that Matthew Mercer made. Which how do you explain a Blood Hunter? I guess you're Van Helsing. That's about
yes.
Right?
They're essentially Van Helsing. They have this determination to destroy evils. Basically, they're like, I will purge the world of all its evils.
You're an edgy paladin. You're a paladin with You're a paladin with extra steps.
You're a paladin, but you want to destroy everything that's not pure. As opposed to, like, cleansing them, you know?
Yeah, pretty much. Actually, that's the best way to put it. Yeah.
You are a very combative paladin.
I don't think I've only rolled... The thing is, I have a Blood Hunter character sheet that I've never gotten to play. I really want to play one. I just want to know. I just want to know. Because the way I see... Like, have you seen how, oh shit, what was it? When they had the Vox Machina versus Mighty Nine Battle Royale, the
That's
way
crazy.
the way Taliesin was playing Molly Mock.
That
like,
was crazy.
I know. I was like, that's what we're missing on. I want to play a goddamn blood hunter.
Like, so what you're telling me is like I can do this kind of insane shit, and you're not giving me the resources to?
Exactly. It's fucking nuts. Anyway, an artificer is a scientist. I mean, a nerd.
An artificer is a tinkerer.
It's a tinkerer. I have a special spot in my heart for artificers, which they're not the most optimized class, but they're so fun because basically I can make a gun in the Middle Ages. Sign me the fuck up.
Like if you have the mental gymnastics to be able to justify whatever the fuck you're doing as an artificer, you might absolutely be a DM's worst nightmare.
Oh my god, I remember I had a friend. I haven't run their game yet, but the thing is, they told me, hey, I want to play an artificer, and I was like, yeah, and I was like, wait a minute. And the reason why I said wait a minute, I remember I had this DM, because I played, I think I played a life cleric in their one-shot. And the thing is, I have a lot of medical knowledge, because I took a bunch of, health classes. And I remembered my DM had a hard time refuting me, because I would be able to explain the pathophysiology and the mechanics of how whatever the fuck I was planning. And they were like, fuck, okay, fine, you can do it, I guess, Jackie. And I was like, good. Good to know. It is terrifying when you have a player who is knowledgeable outside and is able to maximize the shit out of their fucking character. It's nuts and it's fun.
It's crazy. It's so fun in the sense that you can roleplay your character
very well
to the very minute detail, right?
Exactly. And oh shit, I just remembered. We didn't discuss Monk. I feel so bad. Us discussing not making Monk the last does not mean it's the least. Although I do know that Monk is underpowered. Well, some people say Monk is underpowered, but I'm just gonna say the way Marisha Ray played Beauregard in Critical Role.
In the right hands. In the right hands, monks are insane.
They are insanely strong, especially with that stunning strike. Wait, maybe you could explain Monk first, before we get into their details.
How do I explain Monk? They are very much a martial class. Although, not saying that they can't, use spells, but they can harness that energy that flows in your body. So like chi. They have ki, I mean.
Key points.
Yeah, key points. They could use that. They could tap into that ki to amplify their abilities. They can run faster, jump higher. They can attack multiple times in one turn because they're just that fast.
Pretty much. Oh my god. I think y'all have heard of this build. Monk. Make it a monk. Give them the mobile feet. Give them the mobile feet.
Oh, dude, I know where you're going.
Make them tabaxi.
I know where you're going. With this
Cast
one,
Long
yes,
Strider on them. Cast Long Strider on them. That shit is going places. That shit is gonna nume.
You are zooming.
You are zooming. Actually, Monks are Kung Fu Panda is a very accurate way of putting it for Rinder. Wait, one time I had an artificer that made a plasma rifle and made my DM regret letting me pick the nerdy.
See, exactly. If you can,
that is so smart.
The dungeon master. If you believe in your ability to rules lawyer the dungeon master, definitely go for the artificer.
Wait, I love that. Going to college just to rules lawyer your DM better. Folks, you better wait until I can finally go to college, or at least afford it. That's really the main thing. It's a matter of affording.
You just steal books from another dimension, right?
Yeah, but I'd like a degree.
Okay, fair enough.
I can't be a licensed teacher without a degree, man.
That's true.
Yeah, but also, yes. Tabaxi is basically, Tigress from From Kung Fu Panda.
From Kung Fu Panda, or
know-
like the Khajiit from Skyrim.
Khajiit! Oh my god, how could I forget that? That's true, the
Right?
Khajiit. Yeah. Anyway, after class, oh my god, we finally got through that. How long did we take?
Stupid degree.
It's been 2 hours, and we are only, I think, halfway.
We're not even halfway, dude.
We're not halfway? Are you sure?
We're not halfway.
No, we're already-
almost halfway.
Wait. I gotta see. Are you sure?
We're almost halfway. We're on page 17, my guy.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my lord. Okay. Alright.
Okay. Anyway,
Oh my god.
so stat blocks.
So stat block, I think you should be the one to like spirit it, because you were adamant on describing this.
So, there's a little saying among the community about the stats and their correlation to tomatoes. I'm pretty sure you know where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about.
So, in layman's terms, so there are 6 stats you have to put your points into. So that's strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. You know, fairly simple.
Yeah.
To go deeper into it, from an analogy using tomatoes, strength is being able to crush a tomato. Dexterity is being able to dodge a tomato thrown at you.
Yeah.
Constitution is being able to eat a bad tomato.
Yeah.
Intelligence is knowing tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put tomato in a fruit salad. While charisma is being able to sell said tomato-based fruit salad. So, like, honestly, these things are very self-explanatory, but like in those kinds of terms, it makes them a bit simpler to talk about. But then, what are these? What is standard array, point buy, and dice roll? You guys might be wondering.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those are the different kinds of ways you can allot skill points.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Which one do you think is the easiest among the 3?
Okay. I think that I think it's easiest to like let people do shit.
Right?
Oh my God!
Easiest is very subjective, but okay, let's put it in another way. What would be the most forgiving out of them all?
I feel like I think the most forgiving would be standard array, because you already have set ability score values. So like you don't really have to do much math, you just have to assign it, and then you put the whatever is if you're a tiefling, you have plus something to blah 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 blah. Whereas the most fun is definitely dice roll, but it is the most risky. It is the most risky because you will never know if you roll shit.
So low for everything.
You
right?
can roll so low, but you can roll so high. And point buy, I think point buy is actually okay too. It's point buy is like the in between of standard array and dice. So in standard array is you're given a set number already. You got 15, 8.
15, 14,
Yeah, 15, 14,
13, 12, 10, 8.
Yeah, basically. You have those numbers. Point buy is basically you all start with 8, and then you're assigning different points to each one. You have like, I think 25 points? How many points? How many points do you have?
I think it's 25 or 27. I can't
25
remember.
or 27. And then within
Yeah.
those points, you like give it to like, okay, I'm gonna add like 2 points to strength, blah, blah, blah. You're gonna do it that way. That's why it's point buy. You're just getting it. Dice roll is when you literally roll the dice. Where typically you roll 4d6, and then you drop the lowest, keep the highest.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, oh, you know what? Just a random tangent, which is related to this. I remember the first time I made my players roll, I made them roll with a d20.
Ooh.
Bold.
Just one d20.
Yeah, I was like, okay. We're not doing 4d6 babies. We're doing d20. It's either you roll absolute shit or absolute greatness.
That is that is definitely one way to do the dice roll.
I
Honestly,
do not encourage that.
if
I don't
y'all-
encourage that.
if y'all agree to that really crazy idea, then by all means. But like, I don't advise it.
It was my first time DMing.
Oh boy, was it
So-
fun?
It was fun
Or
because
was it a nightmare?
I had friends who really rolled super well, and then I had friends who rolled super shit. It was funny as shit. Like I would have a player who would be like, "Oh, I got naturally 20," and then I was like, "Oh, great." So they'd be like, "Okay, so my stat is 20 for this, 14 for this, 18 for this, 2 for this." And I'd be like, wow, 2.
Oh my lord.
And I was like, it is a balance as everybody wants. But what about you? What is your preferred method?
Honestly, if you don't have the luxury of time, or if you are starting people out like newbies, definitely standard array I feel like is the safest option. Just because you could be like, oh, okay, since you're going for a fight or like, sorry, a barbarian, you could go for highest constitution, and then you go for the second highest strength, stuff like that. Or, oh, you're a ranger, you know, you could go for highest dexterity. A bard could go for high charisma.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
fairly simple to put the 15 in your strongest stat, and then just put the 8 and like your
the
dump
lowest
stat.
one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Are you the
but like the fun in dice rolls comes from the fact that your character is like completely because of you. You know,
Oh,
like
yeah.
100% everything that had to do with your character was because of you. You rolled low, you rolled high. That was because of you. It wasn't because oh, you know, 15 is like the standard, and then 14, 13, 12, 10, 8.
You chose this, basically. You're saying
Yeah,
you chose this.
yeah.
Yeah.
You fucked around, you found out.
That and essentially, folks, that is the beauty of DnD. It is just basically fucking around and finding out.
Absolutely.
I will say, okay, I have a question. Are you the kind of DM who would be like, okay, draw, because usually for me, my homebrew is that I allow players to roll the dice at least, I changed it already. It used to be 10 times. Now I changed it to 8 times. So that, like, they could choose the numbers that they want from the 8 times that they rolled their 4d6.
Oh, so they have a pool. They have
Yeah,
a
so
pool
they have a
of dice
pool.
rolls.
Yeah, so, like,
Yeah. I also do that.
because it feels like, look, if you roll really shit, it doesn't feel great. I mean, some
Yeah.
players do like that, because, like, me personally, I always want to have at least one bad stat, just to make it interesting. I don't want to be too good at everything.
Yeah, because, you know, being too good at everything, it kind of takes the magic away from it, except if you're like an extreme power gamer.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, folks, embrace, like, if you have a low stat, embrace it. Like, I'm just gonna say, one of the most fun characters you're ever gonna play is somebody with low charisma, or like, low
sure.
wisdom. Low wisdom. They are so fun to play. You could
For
just,
sure.
it is, I think people always feel like they have to be good at everything, but you don't have to. There is something beautiful about failing. Like, I think one of the best examples of, like, failure in D&D is, like, watch any Dimension 20 game. When they fail, they really lean into it.
Yeah.
Like,
the best moments happen from failure, honestly.
yeah, like, it, like, don't think of, I guess the only way it's not gonna be fun is if, like, consistently throughout that game you're just rolling shit, then I would feel like that's shit. But, like, lean into your failures, folks. Let that naturally one be memorable, because it's usually the natural one that's gonna be the most fucking hilarious. I think,
That's true.
wait, I have this I have this story. I was a player in my DM's game, and, like, I remember see, the thing is, we were trying to pass through this obstacle. We were trying to get through a door, but the door was locked. And in that, like, to get through, there were, like, 3 potions. And I remember all of those potions, I did a check, and I was like, can I do a check to see what they are? And I did a check, and I was able. I passed. I passed the check. I passed that it was poison, and I was like, can I do a check to see if it would be smart for me to drink this? And I rolled a 1. And I was like, oh, I guess, nope. I'm trying to remember if that's how it went. And I was like, okay, DM, can I drink the poison just to see maybe this is what's required to, like, pass through the door? And then my DM was like, are you sure about that? And I was like, yup. My character thinks it's a good idea because of what I rolled, and therefore I will stand by it. So I roll, so I drink it, and it's just a really good thing that I rolled well against the Constitution because my DM said if you did not roll well, you would have died because of your stupidity. And you know what was the kicker? You know what's the kicker?
What was it? What was the cherry on top of this shit?
We just had to open the door. We thought it was locked. We just had to go through it. And I was
Don't
like,
you just hate it when you push a door and it doesn't open, and then it turns out it's actually a pull door.
Fucking exactly. Oh wait. By the way, Jackie, my floofer bonbon says, oh yeah, your floofer is saying hello to me. Sorry, I got very enthusiastic there.
No, totally understandable.
Okay, hello, bonbon. It's a good day. Yeah, you know, when your DM says, are you sure about that? Don't do it. That is so true. That is words to live by. If your DM ever asks you if you're sure about something, you best believe they're trying to warn you about it without actually warning you. Yeah, they're trying to tell you. Usually when I notice, like, sometimes I'm gonna give my players, like, I'll say that, are you sure about that? And sometimes if they really don't get it, sometimes, because I'm really worried about them and I don't want them to get mad at me, sometimes I'll tell them, okay, I would literally, like, repeat what they told me, and I'll just say, this is what you want to do. And I want you to know the consequences. If you fail, this is, there will be consequences. And if they keep saying yes, and I'll be like, you know what, they choose this. Don't say I didn't warn.
The warning signs were there. Yeah, exactly.
I gave you so many warnings. I guess we're gonna go there. Like, I am never gonna forget. I'm never gonna forget that time I had a player, like, God, every time I remember this, I'm always like, so I had this player.
There's always that one player, right?
I mean, I love him to bits, but I'm never gonna forget how, like, I was heavily hinting that you can leave this NPC and rescue him, because that's what I want you to do, actually. But if you don't do that, that's also okay. But my player was so adamant, no, DM, I want to do it. So your NPC is, like, unconscious, right? I refuse to let him be taken by the enemies. Can I decapitate his head? And I was like, are you sure about that?
My lord.
And then he was always like, yes. And I was like, okay, I want you to roll to see if you can do it. And that motherfucker was rolling well. And I was like, I guess you just killed one of my player's NPCs.
No.
And he succeeded.
And then you have to rewrite the entire fucking story because of that. Hey, you know what? Props to him for thinking about that.
I will say, but, like, but
at the same time, damn it, man.
I was like, no, you know the thing that was killing me the most? I was like, this is my player's NPC. Because it would have been okay if it was my NPC, but it was a player's NPC.
Not.
I was like, the good thing is they were able to, like, you know, because I felt really bad for, like, my player who had their NPC decapitated. So I gave them another shot, that there would be a chance that they could revive them, but if they missed all the checks, they would not be able to. Thankfully, they were able to do it. I made it an entire different session, and they were able to do it.
Okay.
But still, I will never forget how I literally had to pause and just say, I'm sorry, you wanna what? I really had to stop.
Yeah. You want to do what now to your player character's NPC?
I know. Like, some
heartbreaking.
It was, but at the same time, it is, like, one of the most memorable moments I have.
For sure, for sure.
The bullshit that your players do, I'm never gonna forget it. But
Are you sure about that, Pierce Swellwood? You can certainly try, of course.
Yeah, I wish I didn't say that, because now they want to do it more.
Yeah, they just want to, like, throw shit at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I think our delivery guy's there. Can we do a real quick pause?
Alright, no problem, dude.
Sorry, sir. I'll just get. Hold on. Okay, folks, we're just gonna go through the FedEx. We'll be here back in a jiffy pop.
Oh.
All right, and we are back. And why is my gift not working? No! Go back! Why is my gift not working? Why is my gift not working? It's all right. It's okay.
Why is it not?
it's not. Well, I don't know. It's not working for me here. Sometimes...
It's working for me.
Oh. Oh, it's working for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Anyway. You can continue that.
Anyway, so skills and proficiency. So obviously when you're building a character, you're not just gonna be some hokey-pokey artichokey. You're gonna have a bunch of skills. So like...
And those skills actually... yeah, sure, go ahead.
Oh, no. You go.
Oh, alright. So, like, those skills tie into the stat block that we mentioned earlier. So, for example, dexterity falls on, like, it usually, like I said earlier, how good are you at dodging tomatoes thrown at you?
Dexterity.
That translates to being very acrobatic.
Acrobatics check.
Acrobatics check, and a sleight of hand check. Like, how good are you at, like, stealing something without anyone noticing? Or, like, moving something without anyone noticing?
Oh, shit. Wait.
Or, in this case, a persuasion check. Charisma. Charisma can mean a lot of things. You can be persuasive, you can be intimidating, or you could just, like, sing them a song, I guess. Because all of those fall under charisma, and yeah.
And there is, like, no one way to do things, by the way. Because I want to share this tidbit. I had a friend who was playing, like, the scrawniest character ever. And they told me, can I roll an intimidation check? And I was like, how are you gonna intimidate them? You don't look strong at all. And what my friend said was like, oh, I'm not gonna intimidate them with my strength. And then my friend started doing these bodily motions and pretending that she was like kept on glitching and like kept talking like a crazed person. And I'm like, I'm gonna intimidate. And then my friend started talking really nuts. And I was like, oh, you want to roll to intimidate by being so fucking batshit crazy. It was like one of the most genius things I've ever seen. And I was like, you know what? I can agree with that. You know what? Sure, fucking roll for it. And then not only that, I had this other... this wasn't my friend. This isn't my story. But I saw this. But there was a barbarian who was like, when they would stealth, they had poor stealth. But what they did, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. The one who put all their points in, like, intimidation, so that, like, when they're rolling stealth and they fail, he just intimidates them. No, you didn't see me.
You see nothing. And then,
you see nothing.
They're so scared.
Yeah,
they're so scared they don't see you.
Exactly. That is, like, one cool way of being able to, like, fucking maneuver this shit.
Exactly.
It is...
DnD teaches you to play to your strengths, honestly.
Exactly. Folks, if you're not good at something, try to see how you can, like, outmaneuver it in a way that would be beneficial for you. D&D is all about creativity. The sky is the limit. Well,
absolutely.
Actually, not even, because...
The DM's the limit.
Yeah, the DM's the limit. I was about to say, well, you could go to the astral plane, so it's not the limit anymore.
That's true.
Roll your crackhead skill check. I love that. I'm gonna call it... Yeah, roll for crackhead. Yeah, essentially those are your skills and proficiency. And then the next we got... Oh, okay, this one... Okay, so... There are official backgrounds in... I feel like actually we can actually not... We can go a little bit brief because I do... Again, we're gonna make a dedicated stream for character creation.
Character creation.
Yeah. But, okay, maybe background is... So in D&D... You have specific backgrounds. Like, you have the background of acolyte, you have the background of criminal, you have the...
Criminal, urchin, like
nobles. A lot of backgrounds. And why are the backgrounds important? Because your backgrounds can dictate special skills that you can certainly have, and also, like, proficiencies that are added. So, for example, one of my favorite to play is... I usually play with a criminal background. Is that surprising? Is that surprising?
You know what? People say D&D is a form of escapism. Not with you, apparently.
Oh, not with me, apparently. So I usually like playing with the criminal background. So what does that entail? With the criminal background, you have this special skill where I think it's called ear to the ground, or no, I think that's for urban bounty hunter. But anyway, there is a special skill that basically, if I go around and I talk to criminals, there is a chance that they would let me in certain establishments.
It's what is this? Thieves' Cant, basically.
Yeah. Oh no, you don't get thieves' cant because of. Do you get thieves' cant because of criminal? You don't. Unless you're.
I don't think you do.
You don't, because that's a special skill that rogues get. So
yeah, but essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. And along with that, because you took the criminal background, you have I think you can get stealth as like one of your bonus proficiencies. So that's exactly what a background is. So and along with that background is, let's say, okay, so let's go in again with the criminal background. With your background comes your backstory, or with your it can be vice versa. Sometimes if you're not sure about your backstory, you can like take it from like what you've built so far. So like, let's say if you built a criminal, so what is the story of your criminal? Like, were they abandoned? But like, were they abandoned in a ditch? Are they raised by wolves? You know that whole bullshit that I'm talking about. I think you want to expound on that?
Not really. Really, sometimes the backstory and the background go hand in hand. You know,
yeah, pretty much.
If you have a vision for your character, just the general gist of it, like you'd see in the backgrounds, like there are a lot of homebrewed backgrounds out there that would probably suit your needs.
Yeah.
The only advice that I could give in making a backstory for a character is don't go too in-depth on it, because it will evolve as time goes by in your campaign.
1000%. Also, I always heavily encourage that make sure that your backstory and your background makes sense to also like the mechanical aspects in terms of level. It's gonna be so fucking weird if you say that you have leveled a dragon and you're starting level 1. Unless there is a reason. Like, are you telling? Because like, I built a character. Like I built a character that was basically a god. Like he was a former god, but he got trapped in a human body. So that is one way to make it make sense that you felled a dragon. Yeah, sure you did as a god, where you were level 20, but now you're level 1. So that can like be an explanation to why that explains your backstory and how you were able to do it, but now because of this, that's why you're level 1. So make sure, folks, that your backstory makes sense in the mechanical aspect. It's
you could totally be like, oh, you know, I was raised since I was a child, like to be the best swordsman in the realms. But you're starting at level 1. You could justify that as like, yeah, I was raised to be the best sword fighter, but I don't have any practical experience.
Yes, exactly. It's basically, you know the theory behind it, but you don't know the practical aspect. So like, one really actually fantastic example is, I'd have to say Caleb Widowgast, because Caleb was actually, he was like a star student. And so Caleb Widowgast is a wizard from Critical Role's Mighty 9, and the story behind him was like, the reason why he's a level 1 wizard again, it was because of basically a lot of the skills that he learned regressed because of trauma. So that's one way to explain why your so powerful wizard is suddenly not smart anymore. Actually, another good example for that is if you've played Baldur's Gate, the character's there. The reason why they're level 1 is because of the tadpole that's in their heads.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
You could totally like explain it away with some kind of Deus Ex Machina or something. Like, for sure. You can talk to your DM about it if you can't think of any way to fit your fantasy into your character. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure you and your DM's collective minds will be able to do something about that.
And I just want you to know, DMs for the most part will always have your best interest in mind. We want to like let your fantasy become true. as long as it's reasonable. Wait, you know what? Let me refresh this because I'm so mad. Why are my gifts not working? This is a hate crime. This hurts me. Okay, y'all need to see my. Y'all need to. No, don't start from there. Please don't start from there. Now I'm gonna get confused. Oh no.
We are on page 19.
Yeah, we're page 19, but we're about to move to the next one. There we go. The gifts are working again.
There we go.
So,
Fabian Seacaster, I love that guy.
I don't need to explain myself to you. I'm Fabian Seacaster.
Fabian Seacaster.
You 100% need to explain yourself to me, young man. See, I've watched this campaign so many times. I know what's the neckline.
Yeah, I love them. I love how they play off of each other.
They are like that's exactly why I actually gravitate towards I love Critical Role,
Dimension 20.
but I love Dimension 20 more because I feel like for me, I personally enjoy funnier campaigns, and there is such a difference between a game being played by voice actors as opposed to improv actors.
Yeah,
there is
yeah,
such a
for
noticeable
sure.
difference. Not to say that one is better than the other.
Better than the other, no.
But there is
definitely not.
a certain
There's a very distinct difference between
in
how
tone
those
too.
two games are played. Yes.
Exactly. Yes, because I'm just saying that improv actors thrive so well in DnD because DnD is improv. Almost like they're professional actors. Yeah, man.
It's almost as if they're professional actors.
I know. That's why I'm like, I wonder how we're gonna do this with like our friends that are VTubers. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're also good at improv. I don't know. Well, you'll never
find
know.
out.
We'll find
find out.
Anyway, the next is, I think everybody and their mother has seen what alignment is. You didn't even have to know what D&D is to like
To know about alignment
to know
charts.
Yeah, exactly. So, I have a question for you, Scarlet. Do you think alignment actually matters?
No. It's honestly, it's very it's a very, how do I say this? It's very structured for sure. But like life and your choices aren't structured in a way that like makes you stick to one kind of alignment, you know?
Yeah. I will say though, but I also believe alignment doesn't matter, but it can at least set a little bit of a tone and guidance for you, for like how you want your character to be. But the thing is, in the grand scheme of things, you're gonna make choices that might not be succinct with the alignment you put, but at least it gives like a little bit of a tone. I will say though, so I have a okay, I need your opinion on this. What do you think about a player that asks if they can play an evil character?
I'm very particular about the kind of people that I want running an evil character.
Yes.
Because some people play it in like a very power gamey kind of way. Like there's a difference between being evil and then being a dick.
Yes.
Everyone.
Oh my god, 1000%. I have to say, like, the only time I would allow an evil character is if I've actually played with this person before and I know how they can handle it. Because like, I will say, my DM, one of the best characters I've ever played was actually an evil character. But I remember I really had to ask permission for this, because the thing is, you can go murder hobo really quick, but I feel like there is, I know that there's no right or wrong ways, but I'm just gonna say, the way that I played my evil character was this. So I played them, lawful evil. They were a trickery domain cleric, and the way that I would play them is, yes, they absolutely despise the party, and they would actually kind of shit-talk them, but mechanically speaking, I'd never hurt my party.
Yeah, I get that.
I didn't hurt my party, and the reason why my general logic was like, why is my character who despises these people even staying? My logic was, because I need them alive to be able to do my goals.
Yeah, exactly. Being evil doesn't necessitate destruction everywhere. It just means that you don't have everyone's best interests at heart.
Exactly.
Right?
You don't have everyone's best interest at heart. But at the same time, this is the part where I will say, because, okay, I'm just gonna say right now, I'm a very anti-metagame person. I don't
Same.
like metagaming. But I will say...
I don't like metagaming.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say, sometimes I will metagame mechanically if it means that it maintains a certain order. Like, okay, I'm gonna be very upfront. My character's goal, the reason why they were in a party and they wanted them alive was because their goal was eventually they were gonna kill the party. Now, because the party did something to one of my characters. The reason why that's because this is the second character that I played in another campaign. They did something to my first character, and that's the reason why the second character was there, kind of like revenge-ish. So, my logic here was, I was playing this character in a way that, even though they despised it and their main goal was to kill them, mechanically and metagame speaking, I was gonna make sure that my character wouldn't actually succeed in killing them, because nobody wants to kill player characters if it was not agreed that there would be PvP.
That's true, yeah, for sure. PvP in a Dungeons and Dragons aspect is very tricky to deal with.
Yes, exactly. And
nobody wants to see their character of like how many months or years die.
Exactly. So like, I remember the way that I was playing them was like, I will lead them towards this, but I will make sure that my character is not actually going to succeed in killing them. But my character will be able to move them towards a direction which the DM wanted, because the DM and I were collabing. Because the thing is, my character was a cleric, right? So my cleric was actually serving the god that the players were actually against. But they didn't know.
They didn't know.
They didn't know. So that is, in my opinion, I'm not saying I'm the best evil character or like the best evil player, but if you ever have a player who decides to play somebody evil, or like somebody who's like got a secret that might do something for the party, make sure it's in collaboration with the DM, so
you have
that
to keep them in check.
Yeah, you have to keep them in check. And like, again, unless it is agreed by everyone that friendly fire is okay, do not do it.
Yeah.
Do not fucking do it.
Session
zero. There we go. That's why we're gonna... I think our next one is actually gonna be... Oh, wait. Creating your world, which is... Oh, yeah. I guess this is us... Yeah, I was about to like... I thought it was gonna be session 0 now. It's not yet, actually.
Almost.
Yeah, we're almost there. So, folks, how exactly do you create... What about you? So this is... We've been talking more on the side of being a player. But, okay, let's say the one who's watching the stream actually wants to be a DM, or has no choice about being a DM. So what are the tips that we can give to somebody who needs to create a world? Because let's say you don't want to do a module. Let's say you wanted to go homebrew. So what are we gonna do?
Well, if you look over to the next slide, you can see, like, it's very important to know what the rules are and to see what works with your party and what doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And to cater your experience to what the party, what the party's strengths are.
Yeah,
I suppose.
Also, like, in the, I guess the mechanical or technical way of going about creating a world, folks, you don't have to, like, know the entirety of your world from the get-go, okay? You do not. You don't need to know the trade routes from one island to another. You don't need to know, like, what is the socioeconomic, political standpoint of one thing to another.
Unless it's specifically, like, a political intrigue, kind of setting where right?
Yeah. And also, that's true. Nobody special said don't feel locked into token. You do not have to, like, if you don't have to play a game that's set in, like, fantasy. Well, actually, it's gonna be weird if it's not. I mean, like, it doesn't have to be in the Middle Ages. Like, for example, I'm gonna quote my world. I run a modern DnD campaign where they are all in high school, but it's like a fan
in modern high school.
Modern high school. And I do understand that there are other TTRPGs that can actually better cater that, but well, I chose DnD, and I'm gonna stick by it because that's what most people know. So it doesn't always have to be. Yeah, it doesn't have. That's what people are aware, and it doesn't have to be fantasy. So if you wanna, although you will have spells, and there are, yeah, it doesn't always have to be one kind of thing. As Nobody Special said, it's not. It doesn't always have to be token. So I can make space dwarves? Absolutely, Updog! You can 1000% make space dwarves if you want. Spelljammer exists.
Spelljammer exists, yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, the world is your oyster. You don't have to necessarily be stuck in, like, this medieval fantasy setting. There could be, like, so many different settings for what you guys want, which we will be looking at in our other TTRPGs.
Yeah, it's slide. This is a loaded slide.
This is a very loaded slide. Honestly, the interesting thing about DnD is, like, in my opinion, their systems work for a majority of, like, different concepts, you know? You could just tweak it homebrew style to your preference. For example, I have a module right now that's, like, homebrewed, that tackles more of, like, a zombie apocalypse theme. So that has, like, reloading ammunition mechanics for there. You could totally roll with that. Or, like Jacki said, they have a modern time / high fantasy setting. You know, the world really is your oyster. It's up to the DM and the players to shape it as they want.
And again, folks, you don't need an entire world from the beginning. Sometimes, because I know it can be very overwhelming to, like, it's really overwhelming to create your own unique world because you want to know. Because, like, I feel like I can speak for a lot of DMs, but, like, especially DMs who just start out, I feel like you always want to know your world already from the outside and in, because in case your players decide to do some bullshit, like, at least you would know how to maneuver. That's why I feel like so many people who have never DM'd but want to DM get so overwhelmed because they feel like they need to know everything, because what if a player does this and that? But in reality is, all you really need is a prompt, maybe one village. You don't gotta start with a city. It can just be a regular village and like one general goal, and then it can just spiral from there. Like, because that's my style. Like, I have like a general world, and then the specifics come in after. Because, you know, if you're gonna keep on, like, thinking about, oh, I haven't thought of this, I haven't thought of that, honey, you are never gonna start playing that game anymore.
That is true.
Yeah.
Your homebrew world is shaped, again, I keep on reiterating this, but it's so important to know that your world is shaped by you, the DM, as well as especially your players.
Yeah. You are gonna get inspiration from your players, because my style of DMing is I like to know what the players, I give them the world, I give them a regular prompt, and I have like a general idea of where I want the story to go. But then I'm gonna ask them, okay, what's your backstory? And then from there, I incorporate their backstory to the main story, because I'm just gonna say the only way your character, the only reason you would be involved in the story is if you felt specifically affected by it. Because again, when you roll like a character, you're going on an adventure and you need a reason for that adventure. So, like, what is that reason? And then you tie it down to the story that your players want to play. Do you get what I mean?
True.
Yeah,
That's true.
Oh,
even like what Rue said, like she DM'd once with no deep knowledge, and it became a multiverse of fandoms. You know, if your world allows for that, then absolutely go fucking nuts, dude. Freaking, you see Iron Man with like Super Saiyan Goku or something. If that's what your party vibes with, absolutely.
Oh my god, that's so cute. I was literally a druid and I could turn into Pokemon in that kid's game. Bless their heart. And I mean that in the non-sarcastic way. I feel like I always have to say that.
That honestly sounds like a blast.
And don't forget, there's a ton of free or low-cost stuff out there for you to borrow. Yes! Always
Yes.
remember, folks, if... Sometimes I like to ask my players, have you ever watched this movie or familiar with this? Nope? Great!
Yes.
I'm stealing from it!
Fantastic.
And yeah, I feel like this can be a whole different, this can be its whole...
Segment.
No. Yeah. Let's pass on, because I feel like we're never gonna end. But yes, okay. So folks, now it's time for us to discuss the rules, which we're not gonna discuss everything because it will be nuts if we discuss every DnD rule. We're just gonna go
We're
with
not
like,
gonna.
yeah, like, I mean, here's the thing, Scarlet, I feel like I know that we can. I 1000% know we can.
I know we can.
We
but
won't.
we don't wanna.
Yeah. Like, folks, at that point, we're just probably... This is a lecture at this point. This ain't a stream no
Yeah.
more. This is you going to online class, but this is about D&D. Okay, so...
Yeah, like what Farindar says, you know, rule number 0, the DM has the final
the
say.
DM always has the final...
Unfortunately, some DMs can be
A dick.
very overbearing. Yes, basically a dick.
Just a dick.
But, you know, I'd like to assume that every DM has their players' best interests at heart.
I'd like to think that most DMs are not assholes.
That's true. I mean, at least I think I'm not an asshole. I'm pretty sure Jacki isn't one too. So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure too.
I'm pretty sure.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
we wouldn't have
okay.
so many stories. Yeah, oh yeah, okay.
That's
yeah.
true.
You're right.
Natural 20s and natural 1s, very important. I want to talk to you about this.
Oh yeah,
Are these automatic successes and automatic failures for
No,
you?
they're not.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the thing, folks. In the mechanical aspect of... I just want to say, a natural 20 and a natural 1 is not an automatic success or a failure. Also because natural 20s and natural 1s, when we're talking about it like in the most raw, like rules as written, this only applies for combat, actually. This don't apply to skill checks. But I feel like it's so boring if you don't honor a natural 20 or a natural 1 in like a skill check. I feel
Absolutely.
like it's so like you're telling me that it sucks. So that is the one thing I homebrew though. That no, this affects skill checks. But I do want to hear your thoughts about why is natural 20 and natural 1 not automatic failure, automatic success for you?
Because some people want to get really frisky, you know? For example, I want to fuck that dragon. You roll a natural 20. You're not automatically gonna fuck that dragon, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like I would say
maybe the dragon's gonna be like, I admire your gumption, you know, it is very impressive that you'd be so brave as to even attempt that. And they'd be like, here's a bit of my stash.
yeah, exactly. Also, oh, good night, Farindar. I hope you had to enjoy your time. And also, DreamNex, hello. Yeah, I know we're wearing glasses. We're so smart now.
We're so smart.
we're big and bright. Or like, okay, in the upside of like natural 20, then you have the natural 1. I wouldn't say that like, okay, you know how like if you're rolling natural 1 to walk, I wouldn't say that, oh, suddenly you dislocate your neck. I'd probably say, oh, you trip and fall. Because I don't know, I had this, I never liked it when a DM used natural 1 as a way to humiliate a player.
No,
it's not fun.
not.
It's not fun. You always try to make it in a way that is fun for the story and like fun for everyone. And also like I will say one of the best ways I've seen how natural 20 and natural 1 gets played out is honestly, I'm sorry, I know I've kept on referencing Dimension 20, but it is so true. The way Brennan is able to honor a natural 20 and a natural 1 that is fun, but also not over the top, is never going to be so amazing to me.
That is true. I can't imagine. I can't like count the amount of times I've been so impressed with the DMs of Dimension 20.
Yeah.
With their ability to think of extremely rewarding things for the natural 20.
Yeah, something that
and
feels
like
good.
hilarious moments for the natural ones, where it doesn't feel like you're shitting on the dude for rolling a nat 1.
Yeah, exactly. It always feels like, look, they already rolled a natural 1. Let's like not punish them further, okay?
Exactly.
I'm not saying though that you can't make like hilarious shit like, oh, you accidentally stab someone, because I think that is sometimes funny, but like if that keeps on happening, I'm just saying nobody's gonna enjoy the game. Like
True.
that's like friendly fire. Nobody likes that. So
Yeah.
I try to always make sure that the natural 20s and the natural ones in my games, like I try to make them as funny or like as rewarding as they can. Like usually, like it's always awkward though when a player rolls. Have you ever had a player roll nat 20s and like the most dumb shit, and you don't exactly know how to honor that because you're like, this is like the most mundane of things to roll nat 20 on.
I've had to take a break. I've had to take a break in the middle of a session to think about how to approach a nat 20 by a player. Let's just say,
hey DM, you know what? Fuck it. Can I search for condoms? And then they roll a natural 20, and I'm like, you know what?
I don't know how to honor that.
I think the way I would honor it is like, you know what? You not only found condoms, you found magical condoms, and then you have to homebrew magical condoms on the spot.
Yeah. Like you have to make an entire stat block just for that shit.
But I gotta say, it's always hilarious when you get a natural 20 on the most useless of shit.
Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely hilarious.
But yeah,
Updog says, like, you throw the dagger in at 1, it hits a party member. Sometimes that works in like hilarious situations. Like for example, somebody stole your shit. They're running away. You throw your dagger at them, and like nat 1 hits like
a random
bounces off the window, sinks sinks your blade into like the cloak of one of your friends. It doesn't really hurt them, but like it's very inconvenient.
Yeah,
they just bought that cloak.
Now the one thing that would suck is if you say it's like a natural 1, you hit a party member and you damage them, and it's like a final boss, and you already know that that person is dying. That would suck. It would suck knowing that your character died to like something
friendly fire.
Yeah, I fucking
friendly fire that wasn't even aimed at you.
Exactly. So like, DMs, let's be smarter about this. Let's make it smart. Let's play it, because like it is not the player's fault that they rolled a natural 1. If I think the only
let's not kick them when they're down.
Yeah, I think the only way that I would like be a dick about a natural 1 is if the player was also a dick. Like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna roll to like seduce this person, and you've said so many times don't do that, and they do that. I'll be like, time for me to honor that natural 1. That is the one time. I'm sorry, I'm not perfect. I could be a petty bitch.
That's true.
But yeah, you find an entire treasure trove of dragon enchanted. You know, okay, I wanna say, the thing is, I really did. I remember, it was so funny to my players when I said that they're in that game that I was telling you about, the high school game. I said, okay, so the guidance counselor gives you condoms, and I remember one of my players asking, "Is it magical?" And I was like, "It is now."
It is now.
And it was so funny because the thing is, they kept it around, and the thing that I said was that these condoms will protect you against magic damage and all these kinds of things. And I remember they told me, they were like, "Oh, DM, can I wear it?" And I was like, "That's only gonna protect your dick, you know." And he was like, "Nuh-uh, you know that condoms can like stretch really far." And I was like,
"Oh my goodness,
I can't refute that." Because the prompt was, they were gonna reach out for something that could potentially damage them, so they only needed their hand. So they used a throwaway magic item that I had against me, and I was like, "That's what I get for giving a throwaway joke." And they were, but I was,
it bites you in the ass, but like in the funniest way.
Yeah, but I was gotta say, I was so proud of them for thinking about that and like for like, you know, Dong-Gong goofing me. And I was like, at least I didn't create a useless magical item that was just a throwaway. At least it was actually fucking used.
That's true, that's true.
So yeah, shout out to my Fantasy High players for thinking about that. Anyway, yeah, natural 20, natural 1. Oh shit. Oh, okay, this one.
Ooh.
This is pretty fast though.
This is pretty fast. This is very self-explanatory. So, in advantage and disadvantage, you essentially roll 2 dice, 2 d20s usually, and then in advantage, you take the higher of the 2, and then disadvantage you take the lower number of the 2. So
Yeah.
like, for instance, you roll a 2 and a 16. So in advantage, you would take the 16, and then you would use that as the result. And the disadvantage, you would take the 2.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Very self-explanatory. So, sometimes your DM is gonna give you advantage or disadvantage for the things that you choose to do. Like, for example, let's say you want to roll to persuade someone, but the thing is, before that, you insulted them. You're gonna definitely, I'd tell my player, okay, you roll with disadvantage, honey, because you insulted them before. Because think about it logically. If you know, if somebody was trying to rizz you up, but you know, like earlier they just backstabbed you, it would be hard to get persuaded, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, that's essentially the concept of advantage or disadvantage. Or sometimes, if like a player really roleplays well, I'd give them advantage on a roll.
That's true. I also give them advantage. Like, aside from the inspiration dice that I give them.
I give my players inspiration dice too.
I give them very generously. We could talk about that right now, actually. Since we're talking about like advantage and disadvantage. What are inspiration dice?
So inspiration dice is like, actually there are 2 kinds. Because me, I give inspiration dice at the very start of the game. I tell them you can use this dice anytime you want when you need to like add something. But sometimes some DMs would give inspiration dice for like, let's say you were able to do something incredibly cool. Sometimes your DM would be like, that was an incredibly cool thing that you did, and I'm gonna give you inspiration dice, which means is your inspiration dice a D20 or like do you just give them a D8? Mine is a D8.
I give them a D8. Yeah.
Yeah, same. So that's essentially.
D20 is a bit too powerful for like an inspiration dice, I feel.
I mean, that would be in that case that would be a reroll, I guess.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would basically be a reroll.
So yeah, inspiration dice is basically a reward to your players. So it can either be you give them some DMs like me. Sometimes we just give it at the very start of the session. They can use it anytime they want as for like a extra for something. Or you can be a DM that only gives it in specific situations when a player does something amazing.
Yeah, like what I do for exceptionally good roleplay, I usually promote roleplay in my table, because it really immerses you in the game for sure.
Yeah.
Like if you manage to add roleplay to your puzzle solving or your what do you call this? To your puzzle solving basically, or like how you solve things around you. I totally give inspiration for that.
Yeah, same. And yeah, that's pretty much advantage and disadvantage. And then we got, oh, okay. The reason why I wanted to put this is because I feel like a lot of people get confused about perception. But this can be really quick. So, in perception, so you have this thing called active perception checks and passive perception, because so passive perception is basically when you're walking around or you're looking around and it's like something that you just immediately see. It's not something that you're actively looking at.
It's like, did you notice that one shady guy tailing you from 5 blocks down?
Exactly. So passive perception is just something that you just notice just because you were there. And an active perception check is basically when you're really trying to look around for the shady guy.
Yeah.
Which could be like investigation, I guess. But yeah, so that is a perception check. I felt the need to do this because I have like some players who would be like, hey, I rolled really shit in my active perception, but my passive perception is really high. Can I just get the passive perception? Sometimes I'd allow it. Sometimes. Like in case.
Sometimes. Very fringe times, yeah.
Yeah, like I would allow it if like I know that this because like sometimes I will have players with a passive perception of 21. And you're telling me that they didn't see this thing. Sometimes I would reward it like, you know what, use your passive perception. It's kind of embarrassing that you didn't see it. But like if you're telling me that your passive perception is a 10 and you rolled a 9, I'd be like, nope, use the lower of the ones. I mean, you don't have good perception to begin with, so why would I...
Yeah, so it's not really that much of a difference.
Yeah, so like... So that's essentially a perception check. Perception check. Okay, this one. Huh. Alright, you take the lead here, sir.
So, initiative. When you're... essentially, when your DM asks y'all to roll for initiative, this is what they're talking about. Initiative is basically who goes first in the turn. The interesting thing I wanted to ask Jacki is how do they manage initiative? Because I have a different way of managing initiative from most DMs that I've talked to.
Huh. Okay, since you asked the question, because I was about to throw it back to you. What I would do is, well, obviously everybody has to roll D20, and then I kind of do it the way actually Matthew Mercer does it. Well, like, okay, who rolled between 20 to 25, 19 is, between 15 is... I do it pretty regularly. That's the way I just do it.
Like by batches, right?
By batches. How do you do it?
There is this alternate ruling to initiative in the player's handbook, where I roll for the initiative of the combined, let's say, minions and BBEG, and then the players, the player handbook states that one of the players gets the roll for everyone else's initiative. But what I do is if it's like a 4 to 5 person group, I take like half of them, and then I let them roll, and then whoever has the highest initiative, I take that. So basically what I do is my turn, and then their turn. So that way they could strategize their approach in combat more, so that, for example, the bard doesn't waste their bardic inspiration on an attack that doesn't even land. Yeah,
that would suck. That would fucking suck.
Absolutely.
Man.
It gives more agency to teamwork, Yeah. The problem with that, though, is there tends to be a gravitation towards pack tactics, where all of the party members would just focus on one guy, and then would leave the rest to, like, do whatever, right?
Yeah, that's so true.
In which case, I feel like it is up to the DM to dissuade that by, let's say, I don't know, making the minions attack like each individual person, so that they all have their own shit to do.
Yeah, they all have their. Yeah.
It really depends on what you guys talk about in your session 0.
Yeah, which we will get to, and then. AC is basically, so all of us wear armor. Okay, I mean, unless you're a wizard, then you'd have mage armor, I guess. So all of us tend to have like armor. So AC is basically your armor class. How hard are you to hit? That's essentially what AC is. So like let's say your AC on your sheet, it says it's 15. And let's say somebody tries to hit you. If they roll, and let's say they rolled a 14, they don't hit you, because it's below your AC. But if they hit, like, let's say let's say an 18, it's above your AC, which is 15, they get to hit you. Now, what if they roll exactly the same number as your AC? They still hit you.
They still hit you.
They still hit you. I'm sorry, baby girl, I don't know what to tell you. But that's how it goes. Alright. And then DC... wait, actually...
This is for all y'all spellcasters out there.
Spellcasters, and actually just... What is it? What does DC stand for again? Actually?
Difficulty class.
Difficulty class! So
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is like it's similar to AC-ish in a way, but like DC is like let's say that your DM says, okay, if you want to like be able to do something, the difficulty is 10. If you meet 10, that means you are able to do the thing. Anything below the 10, that's not. So a DC basically means how hard will it have to be for me to be able to do the thing that I want to do.
Like, for example, you're in combat and this big burly orc is in front of you. You're a fucking gnome. You have no other choice but to like, hey DM, what would the DC be if I were to shove this orc
Up my
prone?
ass. Oh.
Well, that would probably be like a 23. Minimum.
23. And you can tell when a DM actually doesn't want you to do something. They'd be like, okay, this is a...
That's like a 31.
Like, you know if your DC is between 20 to 30, you know that the DM doesn't want you to succeed. Or, well, not really not succeed, but it's like just really difficult.
Extremely hard. Yeah.
Usually, I would like give this advice to like DMs. What I like to do is sometimes I like to explain a DC, especially when it's difficult. Because I like to because sometimes there are some players that are gonna be like, wait, why is it that high? And I like walking them through, like, okay, I want you to know what you're trying to accomplish is something like this, like that, which is virtually impossible. But the thing is, I think your idea is cool, so I'll let you roll for it. Some DMs don't like doing that, but for me personally, I feel like it at least explains something to your player, so it doesn't feel like you're telling them, I hate your idea and that's why I don't want you to succeed. I feel like it's important to let your player know, I'm on your side, I want you to succeed, but what you're trying to accomplish is extremely difficult, so this is why the DC is this DC. And
For sure.
Yeah, that's what I usually do.
Worst case scenario, or kicks you like a football. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly! So
You fuck around, you find out.
Pretty much! And that is exactly what the DCs are for. Alright.
Okay, honestly, Dungeon Masters, don't dissuade your party members from doing what they want to do.
Yeah.
Make it very hard.
Just make it really hard. Honestly,
Sometimes.
let them do. But I will say, okay, Dungeon Masters, here's the thing. If there is actually no way for a player to succeed, like, there's absolutely no way, even with the DC, just don't make them roll for it. Don't make them roll it.
Yeah, don't give them roll.
Because it's gonna suck. It sucks as a player. Like, if you're gonna give them a hard DC, at least make it a DC that is at least accomplished. Like, it can be accomplished. Like, usually my limit is 30. 30.
Yeah, same.
Like, this is a DC 30, and the only way... And if I see that, obviously, like, the modifiers won't even cut it, I always tell the player, like, okay, even with your modifiers, you're not gonna be 30. If you give me a natural 20, I will allow it, though. That's the only time that... That's when I would homebrew, like, the natural 20 to be able to succeed. If they are able to actually roll a nat 20. Sometimes sometimes it's wrong, though, but, like, I don't know. That's how I rule it. That's how I do it.
That's how I do it in my game.
Fuck yeah, dude! Alright, okay, so the next one is... Oh, okay, I know you wanted to do this. I know you wanted to do
Very controversial.
Okay, tell me what... First, tell us what a death saving throw is, and tell us how you would maneuver it.
So, essentially, you're in combat. There is no escaping the possibility of death for your character, unfortunately. No matter how nice your dungeon master may be, it just so happens that your character drops to 0 health points, and now you're on the ground bleeding.
Fuck, man.
What does that entail? A death saving throw, because technically, once you drop to 0 health points, you are not dead, but you are in a state called down but not out. And that's where these death saving throws come in. A 1 to 10, right? It's a 10, right? Or is it a 1 to 9? It's a 1 to 9.
9.
For a fail.
For a fail,
and
yeah.
then an 11 to 20 for a success.
Yeah.
You would require 3 successes to essentially, be brought back, and then 3 failures to lose your character to
Pretty much.
to the ferryman.
Yeah.
Me personally, whenever a character does saving throws, I tend to keep it between me and that specific party member.
Okay. I see that's a rule.
It adds to the suspense in the moment. Purely because, like, you know, your party members, they've all got their own shit to deal with.
Yeah.
They probably wouldn't know what's happening to you unless they actively check up on you.
Yeah, exactly. That's true, especially if you're like far apart from the board.
Exactly. It's like they wouldn't know that you're dying, so why would they know? But yeah, it adds more
tension,
agency. Yeah, it adds more tension and agency to the encounter. Like, oh shit, we just saw our ranger. We just saw our ranger go down from like a couple of feet away. We don't know if they're dying or not, but like we better wrap this up so we can go to them and help. Yeah. And then, like, death saving throws, some people rule it as if you succeed, you regain like 1 HP and then you're back in the fight.
Yeah.
The others, they could be like, oh no, you're still alive, but like you're stable. You're not dead. You're just stable, but you can't interact with the encounter anymore. How do you run it?
So mine is a little similar to yours, except here's the thing. So what happens is, what I do with death saving throws is, me, the DM, and my player, we both roll. We don't know. I mean, I will know what they roll, but they don't know what I roll. And then I will roll a d4. On an even number, I take the player's. On an even number, I take the player's roll. On an odd number, I take yours. My roll.
Interesting. That is definitely a way.
And I never tell. And the thing is, I roll it in secret too, so I never tell my player which roll we're taking, and they don't know what I rolled.
Oh, okay. I see where you're coming from here. So it's like you're purposely omitting this information so that there is a lot more agency on your party members to finish the session. To finish or aid the party member in question.
Exactly. And what I like doing with this though is like, see, I've always noticed that when you're just it's always boring as a player when you're not doing like much because you're doing death saving throws. So what I like to do is like, okay, can you, as you are passing between fleeting moments of consciousness and not, can you tell us one distinct memory that flashes before your eyes? And I let that player have a moment to be able to describe something from their backstory, so they still feel personally involved.
Oh crap, that is very... I like that, I am stealing that.
You are so welcome to steal it. And then I had this DM, like, they have a really unique way of approaching death saving throws, which I actually really like, especially in, like, the character building aspect. So what my DM does... Oh god, if my DM is actually watching this, if I got it wrong, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna play with you tomorrow, so you can correct me then. So what he does is, like, if you have... With death saving throws, like, especially if... Because there are gonna be instances when you're playing DnD, and... In a single combat scenario, sometimes you will go down multiple times. He has this concept of an injury, or like a lingering injury, which is like basically, I was thinking of it in Genshin Impact terms, but I don't know how to put it in Genshin Impact terms. So what's gonna happen is, like, as you keep on going up, you are sustaining injuries, and these injuries are gonna be lingering. Like, you're gonna have like a point of exhaustion with it, or like you lose an eye or something, and the only way you're gonna be able to like heal that injury is with a greater restoration, or like whatever it is that you lost. Like, let's say you took so many fireballs, and that's the reason why you kept on dying. So you're gonna have like one permanently scarred aspect, let's say your eye. So now you're gonna have difficulty seeing. So now you're gonna have you're gonna have disadvantage in some certain checks. That's what they do, because my DM's pretty hardcore. I personally, I would apply that rule in like a more realistic, gritty setting. I might not do it for like a fun, happy one. Because I feel like that's way too hard, but I really do love that concept. In like a gritty setting, I think it's really cool.
In a gritty, like dark fantasy setting, that would work so well, honestly.
Yeah. Which it does apply because it's a Dragon Age campaign. So I'm like, that's why I agree, because I think that's a cool idea. Thank you, Aaron Carroll.
It is, absolutely.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, that's my sentiments on death saving throws.
Yeah, honestly, feel free for the DMs in the chat to like do whatever you want with death saving throws. Us personally, we just hide it from the other party members so that they have more agency and like they have you know, they show more care towards their teammates or their party members.
Yeah, because like when people know that, oh, it's okay, I can just get back to them later, there's no agency.
There is no agency.
And I want there to be agency!
Yeah, I want everyone to be accountable of the shit that they do in-game.
Maybe we can have like a stream all about cool homebrew rules. Maybe one.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, let's fucking do that one time. Okay.
One time.
Alright, and then the next one, I think this is the last one. Spellcasting.
Dude, I am not... You can take the helm on this one.
Why did you put this? I thought you were gonna Okay.
No,
Alright.
I'm gonna help you on this, but like, you're the spellcasting, like, aficionado over here.
Alright, folks. So in DnD, you got spells. That's it. We're done. I'm kidding. So like,
that's it.
So just as the same discussion as we had in DC, spell DC is the same thing, except it's for your spells. So if somebody rolls, let's say, a 15, and your spell DC is 15, what's gonna happen is they either have it, they have the damage, or it doesn't happen. It really depends on the the explanation of how your spell goes. So let's say your spell is something like a cantrip. More often than not, if your spell DC is met in a cantrip, it doesn't happen. But if the spell DC is on a spell, usually it's gonna be like halved.
Half the damage, or like half the duration.
Yeah.
It depends on what it says on the paper.
Pretty much. And then a spell modifier is what you add to your roll, which is actually, we should have discussed modifiers earlier, but it's okay. A spell modifier is basically what you add, because like, folks, when you attack something, it doesn't automatically happen. You have to roll to hit them. So like, let's say, DM, I want to stab this person with my ice knife. So ice knife is a spell. So you're gonna have to like roll to see if you hit it. So let's say you roll a 14 and you have a plus something something because of like your intelligence. God, this is gonna be convoluted. But
did you actually roll for it? I heard the
I did.
Clunk on the
And
I know that sound.
There you go. So that's why there's a lot of rolling. Folks, I'm gonna say D&D is it is a game with math. It's a game with
math.
Fun,
but math nonetheless.
Yeah, pretty much. And then spell components. Okay, so there is something called VSM. Verbal, somatic, and material. Somatic basically means the movement of your hand.
Yeah.
So some DMs omit this material components because sometimes like your spells, they're gonna require you to be able to like, sometimes you're gonna need bat shit in order to do this. Some DMs need spell components. Me personally, I don't really care about spell materials unless it's expensive.
Yeah.
Like if it's Revivify.
If it's like a very powerful spell, I do enforce the spell component.
Yeah, but if it's like something like, oh, you're gonna need a fucking leaf, I don't give a shit. You can do it.
You have leaves on the floor right now.
You have leaves on the floor. You carry leaves with you. So that is like the material component. And then somatic basically means the movement. Which is why sometimes, like, the DM always asks, are you holding anything? Are you holding a shield? Because sometimes holding some certain things, they're not gonna allow you to play it. Yeah. And then there's gonna be, like, another one is verbal. You have to verbally talk. You have to verbally say it. Because it's, that's why...
Them's the rules.
Yeah. That's why there are, like, certain things that, like, when it's a spell, that... There are certain spells that can prevent you from, like, casting spells like silence. Everything is quiet. Oh god,
Yeah,
getting it.
no sound escapes from silence, like, and that literally makes you unable to utter a sound, which is a component in what is essentially like what 80% at least of the spells.
Yeah, pretty much. Cantrip, more like cantrip, because no one wants to spend their time
Cantrip.
shopping in the middle of your. Exactly.
Exactly.
Unless you're shopping for cool shit. Anyway, yeah, so that's spellcasting. So for this is exactly why these are because of these things. That's why I don't super encourage a spellcaster for your first player, or at least a half caster, just so it's easier to keep track.
That's true. You have so many things to keep track of in your spellcasting.
Yeah.
Concentration is another one.
Oh god, we did not put concentration. So there are certain.
It's in spell components either way, so
Yeah.
it's
So-
under that.
Concentration is basically sometimes you will look at your spells. It's gonna have the word con, so it means that you have to be concentrating on that spell. So it means if you get hit, there is a possibility you lose that spell.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I don't want to get too deep into this.
But that's basically what concentration is. You need to concentrate on keeping the spell up, or else the spell dissipates.
Yeah. So folks, if you want to know more about this, read the book.
Tune into the next episode.
Oh, I was just gonna say read the book, but I guess we can also do that.
Too. Or that too.
And okay, the most important spell of them all, Scarlet, the rule of cool.
Yes.
You can take the lead on this one.
So, what do you does the chat have any idea of what the rule of cool is?
I feel like our chat is actually very familiar with DnD. It's just fun to like fuck
At
with them.
that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So the rule of cool is basically if you want to go for something cool, absolutely fucking go for it.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about this is it it essentially encourages thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
Just because one thing is by the player's handbook completely illegal to do. But like, hey, if the DM's cool with it, then absolutely go fucking ballistic, right? Because again, rule number 0 is the DM has the final say. It's not the books, because the books don't give a shit about what you follow and what you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like I think one of the look, if it's fun for everyone, let it go. As long as it's like actually feasible. Cause like sometimes it's not gonna be feasible. I always feel like, cause there is this one good instance that I usually hark to is like when my player wants to use a certain spell a way that isn't actually used, but the way they explain it and the way they talk about it is like so cool, I usually allow it. What I just do is like I'll let them roll. Like, okay, I'll let you roll a luck check or I'll let you roll a certain type of thing. If you can meet it, I will allow it. So that is
honestly, same.
Cause like, folks, sometimes going by the book too much, it ain't gonna be fun for everyone.
It's very limiting on what you can and can't do.
Exactly. So like, do what you think everyone finds fun. And that's the best way I can, yeah.
And yeah, Nobody Special said, like, the book is a guide, not the law. Absolutely.
Exactly! Also,
absolutely.
The best spell is prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation, yes.
I actually do agree. The amount of things that you can do with prestidigitation if you're just a very creative player is nuts. Like, my DM has already told me, they're always like, Jacki, you use that for everything. You know that can't do it. And I was like, nuh-uh, it can't. It can create a certain sound, it can create... And they're like, ugh, fine. I cast Big B's Unseen Hand and use it to cover the mouth of the rogue. No! And
hey, I mean, if it works, right?
If it works. Also, Jaywalk rolls for Deus Ex Machina. I mean, I will only let them roll if it's... I will only let them do it if it's believable.
Yeah.
And it's funny. Like, You know the way, you know how Brennan always lets Allie get with the most random shit, and Emily just because of the dumb shit that they say. That is what you call rule of cool.
That's true. And like, as an addition to the rule of cool, there is also the matter of how do you want to do this?
Oh my god, I absolutely love getting to say that to my players and receiving that, because it makes them feel so powerful!
The satisfaction of seeing your players, like, the tension in their faces just release after you utter those words is just, it's something else.
Also, especially if it was a super tough fight. Especially if it's a super tough fight. It's so much more rewarding when they get that. This, you know, I'm just saying, this stream is making me want to play D&D.
That's true.
If
we will get there, we will get there.
I really want to play D&D. Anyway, the next one is... Okay. Oh god.
We kept on harping on about session 0 this, session 0 that. What exactly is session 0, for those of you who do not know?
So, a session 0 is the session that you play before you actually play the game. Session 0 usually entails creating your characters, discussing about the world that you're gonna play in, and all the things that the players and the DM should expect from each other. It is so very important for, in my opinion, that every game that you play, every campaign that you jump into, you need a session 0. You need to set expectations with everyone. Because personally, if I think somebody, there was somebody who asked you this, right, Scarlet, about the joke character?
Yes. Okay, hang on. Let me pull that up real quick.
Yeah.
So one of the questions that I got from the post was, how do you feel about characters with funny names in serious or somber settings, even if the player plays it seriously? And does this also extend to silly class builds like Punch Wizard or Sorcerer? I feel like that really does have something to do with you really have to talk about that with your DM. Me personally, I'm totally fine with it, as long as, cause like we're basically playing a fantasy world.
Yeah.
We don't know the societal norms here.
Yeah.
For all we know, we could have like a character named Arson or something. I don't know. It's probably something Jacki would do.
Yeah, I would definitely commit arson. But
see?
On the other hand, that would depend on how silly the name is. Like, let's say, as you mentioned, if somebody was named Arson, I'd be like, that's funny. I'd go with that. But if you're telling me that the name of your character is Dickmaster69, I'd have to say no. Even if you play them seriously, I cannot take that name seriously.
That is true.
Unless, of course, the way you spell it is, like, different. Like Deke.
Yeah, I could just call you Deke.
Yeah, like, I would say that is if you are able to do that in a clever way, I might actually allow it. Because, like, it's like, you know that, if you name yourself Amanda Hug and Kiss? See, that is a very clever way of having a silly name, but it's still actually a real name. I'd say, yeah, sure, go for it. And that question when it comes to, like, silly builds, I mean, again, it depends. Talk to your DM. Session 0 is all about setting expectations with your players and your DM. And so I just want to say to the people here who are listening, let's say you just stumbled upon this and you've been thinking about playing D&D and you've never played D&D, ask for session 0. If your DM says we don't need a session 0, walk away.
That is a major red flag for a DM to not have a session 0.
Exactly. If that DM is also, they say their experience and they say they don't need it, walk away. Now, if that DM was like saying they're playing for the first time, I would understand. Why they said we don't need it. But if that DM is experienced, walk away. You need a session 0. You need to set expectations with your players and your DM. so that everybody is satisfied with what you get in return. Because as you said earlier, like, you know, Scarlet, we're pretty chill. We're pretty like, we'd allow our players to do something, but
we're very lenient.
Not all DMs are gonna be like me. Not all DMs are gonna be like Scarlet. So sometimes you might get a very serious DM, and they might not allow it. And if you come into their game with that, they might be upset with you, and you might not, and you might be upset with them because you didn't set that expectation. So that needs to be communicated. That's why I also really recommend players. Besides that, you make sure that not all DMs do this though. I do this though. Give them a survey on like the safety or the things that you are free to explore. Because
yes.
Because, you know, again, like somebody mentioned earlier, this is not a therapy session. You need to set boundaries. Because I remember I had a player who wanted to have a character with a history of SA. Like, they were the one who had SA. And I was like, okay, I need to talk to you about this. What are the themes? Why is this relevant? And blah, blah, blah. And when they told me how it was relevant, I was like, okay, we can have this, but I do want to have a discussion with everyone first on like what they feel. Like, is this a topic that is okay? Because, you know, some people play DnD as an escape. Some people like the grittiness and the reality. But there are some certain topics that not a lot of people are going to be comfortable with. So I usually like make sure that I know what topics are okay for my players. And for me also, if I am a player. Because if a DM is suddenly just gonna bring that in there, I'm out. It's not that
is true.
It's not that I can't handle it, but I would have loved a warning that this would have something like this. Because like not everybody signs up for that.
That is true. That is true. Like, very important that you communicate with your DM as well as your fellow party members about what you want to do. On like a lighter note, not everybody's gonna be up for like a dungeon crawling 3-hour slugfest.
Yeah.
Some people want like a murder mystery where there's barely, if any, combat at all. Maybe they want like a murder mystery kind of shtick. It's also like one of the important reasons why Session 0 is so important is because of things like that. You know the general gist of what's gonna happen in the broader scope of your campaign.
Exactly. Like, again, if you're gonna make like a murder mystery and you bring in a character from I don't know, from space, there's a little bit of a disconnect. I mean, your DM probably can make it happen, but like, I feel like your DM would have expected you to come up with like a noir character, or if they're gonna be a joke character, at least fitting the setting of being a joke character there. So you have to be able to like communicate what you want and what you need, because again, this goes for both players and DMs, okay? This is a collaborative storytelling. If you didn't tell your player that like this is the story and they come up with this, I feel like it's also a little bit on you. Because why didn't you tell them that this was the tone? Again, that is why a Session 0 is so important, because you are gonna be setting tones. You're gonna be knowing what is okay and what's not. So folks, please, 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 always have a Session 0. It's so important.
That is so true. We cannot stress enough how important Session 0 is, both as a player and as a dungeon master.
Exactly. Let's set expectations.
Once you establish that Session 0, everything else just falls into place.
Yeah.
I promise.
It will. So yeah, folks. Again, if a DM if an quote unquote experienced DM tells you they don't need a Session 0, that's not a good thing. Walk away.
Just walk away.
Just don't try it. Just don't try it at this point. In my old age, I don't have time for players who want to shock to be shocking. Yeah, you don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need that.
That's true. Remember, the suspension of disbelief is a tough balancing act. That is absolutely true.
Yeah.
Like, as a DM, absolutely difficult.
In the age of the internet, also, a session 0 can be done over a day or weeks. Yeah! That is so true!
For sure.
Sometimes a session 0... Actually, honestly, sometimes a session 0 can just be like a random discussion between you guys, like, over chat. So that you at least set expectations. But yeah, I remember the first campaign, like one of the longest campaigns I ran. My DM didn't run a session 0, but that wasn't his fault. That was because it was like his first time DMing. And then the next time I played a campaign with him, he had a session 0 now.
Absolutely.
You live and you learn.
I love character development like that.
Yeah, you live and you learn. Alright, so the next one, okay. I think we could be a little, quick-ish. Well, not
a little quick about this.
a little bit, because it's gonna be 4 hours. Holy shit, Scarlet.
Uh-huh, that's true.
Rue's gonna need this room! Even though she's already doing her stream. Okay.
Is she gonna use this room for, like, their exercises or something?
No, she's just gonna need this for something else, because remember, this is temporary. This is only gonna last for 5 hours.
That's true. We don't know where this is going after this 5 hours, so we better make it quick.
Okay, so what are your... I have my own tips for new players. What are your tips for new players?
Don't be afraid to roleplay, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Don't be afraid to roleplay, especially when it comes to things that pertain to your character. What else? If you want something to be cleared up, the DM's always there. The DM is first and foremost
your friend.
Your friend, exactly.
Yeah.
They're not there to be antagonizers. They're not there to be like law enforcers of the PHB.
Yeah.
They're there to facilitate the player experience. They're there to have a good time as well as to make sure you guys have a good time.
1000%.
Right?
Yeah.
What else? Yeah, nobody's special. If you don't understand something, speak up. Absolutely.
Yes!
The Dungeon Master 100% would answer you. For sure. Oh, what else? I can't think of much right now. What about you, Jack?
Okay.
What tips do you have?
Number one thing
go ahead.
is players, please know what your character is capable of, mechanically speaking. I cannot stress enough how jarring it is when sometimes we play combat or like we're playing a game and they tell me I do this spell and it doesn't do it, and the thing is they suddenly tell me, oh, I thought it would do this, and I was like, well, did you read your spell? And they tell me no. Here's the thing.
Man, that is infuriating.
I can forgive it if it's like the first 5 sessions. Like it's your first time and it's your first 5 to 10 sessions. The moment it goes beyond 10 sessions, I'll get really annoyed. Because like it is, look, okay, I'm just gonna say, as a DM, we have to deal with so much shit already. So it is the least that you can do to be able to know how to manage your own character. I'm not gonna get mad if you ask, like, is this how this spell works? It's fine if you clarify it, okay? It's okay. But I will say, if you are clarifying the same spell for the fucking 10th time, at this point, I'm like, okay, you're just, Miss Ma'am, you're just not learning. Miss Ma'am, you're just not learning.
You see, like a little appendix to that. That's why I really like milestones rather than XP. Because after, like, for example, after a really long chapter, you'll be like, oh, okay, you guys, milestone time. You know, you guys level up, and then we could take the post session, like we're just chilling. The party members could go up to the DMs like, hey, DM. I'm planning on getting this when I level up. What do you think? Oh, okay, so you see, this only works this way, that way.
Again, to manage the expectations of your fucking players. Also, along with that, players, I really encourage, if you're playing for the first time, please come to the session with a notebook. you are gonna 1000% be taking notes. And in conjunction
me
with
and
the
Jacki, I'm pretty sure me and Jacki, we both love like
the note takers,
like actual notebooks, like
yeah,
pen and paper.
And I gotta say, my favorite players are the ones that take notes, because
Yes.
here's the thing. You know what that implies to me? You're listening, and you actually give a shit about this game.
You're involved.
You're involved, because if there's anything that kills me more, it is a player that doesn't take notes or like remembers shit. Because I'm just gonna say, it kind of sucks for us, because we put so much effort into this and you're not doing this. I'm not saying that you should be taking notes like you're in a goddamn fucking exam. That's not it, but like simply just putting the name and like, okay, like let's say Alistair, he is a Grey Warden. That makes me happy. The fact that you took that note, and also sometimes we're gonna say some shit, because sometimes we have to improv on the spot, Scarlet.
We tend to forget.
We tend to forget.
And we very much appreciate it if you guys take down notes that like, oh, the shopkeeper is actually related to the tavern's tavern's fucking bartender.
Also, nobody special said something so true. Lose your phone for the game.
Oh, yes.
Unless your character sheet is on your phone, I don't want you in that phone. Actually, just please print your or if at least write your character sheet down. Because the thing is, sometimes when I see my player on the phone, I get a little miffed. Because I'm like, you better, in my head, I'm like, you better be texting your mother or your father that you're in a game, or I'm gonna take that motherfucking phone away from you. I'm gonna be your goddamn 5th grade teacher.
As much as I don't want to be the 5th grade teacher in this situation, I also agree with that, honestly.
It's just being respectful.
Yeah. You wouldn't want others like on their phones while you're talking about something you're so interested in. Right?
Yeah.
Well, let alone what is essentially a collaborative storytelling effort.
Yeah. Also, okay, in conjunction with that, players, I do not expect you to have 100% attention span. As somebody with ADHD, that's hard for me. But as a DM, I do expect you to be listening to the most crucial parts. So like,
that is true.
I can't expect you to listen to every RP interaction, especially if like one player is just like buying potions from a random NPC. But if like let's say fellow player is actually talking about a deep thing about their backstory that shaped them the way they are, I'd really, not only me, but I think that player would really appreciate it if you were listening.
Absolutely.
Because nothing sucks more when they're not paying attention.
Absolutely.
And I guess those are like my biggest tips for players.
Yeah, and like, don't be afraid to interact with your fellow party members.
Oh, 1000%.
Right?
Do not be afraid to roleplay, as you said.
It's a collaborative effort, like we've been saying. The best moments come through collaboration.
Yeah, and you will make the most memorable moments through those RPs. I'm gonna tell you, I think somebody asked, do you prefer combat or roleplay? Personally, I prefer playing roleplay. I prefer roleplay.
Same.
I'm okay with combat. It's not to say that I don't enjoy combat. I actually genuinely enjoy combat, but if I had to choose between roleplay or combat, I'm a roleplay person.
The thing about me is like I absolutely adore roleplay. Like when it comes to combat, I'm very technical.
Yeah.
I'm very technical, and I sort of sometimes lose the RP aspect of it. The only times it does show up is when the players ask like, "Oh, can I do a perception check to see how badly injured the bad guy is, or or when they actually defeat the bad guy, I'm gonna be like, so what do you like? How do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Those are the only moments that I manage to find myself shining in RP combat situations.
This is exactly why.
Which is exactly why.
You know how we discuss how we're gonna do our co-DMing thing?
Yes, which is exactly why we discussed how we're gonna run things when we do eventually
run our game.
Yeah. Leave combat to the Pathfinder nerds. Pathfinder has really good combat, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, what? Pathfinder? No, D&D came first, then it was Pathfinder, right?
As far as I remember, yes.
Okay. Wait, do you have any more tips? Because we're gonna move on to the tips for the new DMs after this.
Just have fun.
Just have fun, folks. Just have fun.
Yeah.
Never, don't. Okay, even though I was like saying shit about like knowing your sheet, still don't be afraid to ask your DM, especially to clarify. Oh wait, I have one more tip. I have one more tip for new players. If you're in a combat situation, know what you're gonna do for the combat. Okay?
Yes.
Know what you're gonna do.
Know what you're gonna do before your turn comes, please.
Please, for the love of God. The only way I would kind of be more forgiving that you didn't know your turn is like if the person before you suddenly did shit and you're like, well, I was gonna do this now I guess I can't do that. That's the one time I'd be more forgiving. But please, for the love of God, especially know what you're gonna do the next turn because that's gonna make combat faster. Okay.
That's absolutely true.
Just yeah. Okay, that's the last
Please.
tip. Please. All right. Tip first. I feel like this would apply more for you. I feel like you have more tips for new DMs.
Oh, dude, like first and foremost, DMs, you have the final say. Don't be dicks about it.
Yes.
Like you're there to facilitate the experience. You're there to have a good time. But more importantly, it is your responsibility to make sure that this experience is as good for you as it is for your party members.
Yes. Yes.
So always keep your party's best interests in mind whenever you make a decision. Whether it be following the rules to the letter in the rulebook or going for a detour a bit, let's say. Is Mayonnaise a dungeon master, Mugen? Well, they could be.
They could be. Actually, that's essentially the only tip I could really give. Which is don't be a dick to your players. Especially, oh my god, especially if you're DMing for new players. Do not make their first experience with D&D horrible.
That is the worst thing to be able to experience. I for one had like an amazing dungeon master as my first experience, and that's why I kept on playing, and that's why I eventually became a dungeon master.
Same.
Is to share the magic of Dungeons and Dragons, or at the very least, tabletop role-playing games with other people who may want like a taste of it, but don't necessarily have the resources to.
Yeah. Oh, Nobody Special said, which is something I also said earlier, don't give them impossible challenges. DMs, if you feel like what a character is trying to do is already impossible to begin with, don't give them the opportunity to roll. Just say that what you're trying to do, it's nuts, and I like the hustle, but like right now it's not feasible. It's kind of like, hey, DM, can I, like okay, I'll give like an example that Brennan gave, which is like, hey DM, can I pull a gun out of my butt? First of all, do you have a gun? Second of all, can the gun be in your butt? Like,
that's true.
I don't like saying no to players. I'm a very yes and person. But I will say, DMs, you will have to learn when to say no. Say no if what they're doing is just obstructive, doesn't really contribute anything, and you know they're just being a piece of shit. Say no to that. But if you know that your player is genuinely trying to do something, albeit a little impossible or whatever, try to find a way to maneuver that they can do something, or maybe offer them a suggestion. DMs, do not be afraid to guide your players, especially if they're new. Don't, it's not a DM versus player thing, okay? I usually, like, I don't consider this as metagaming or like, policing a player, but sometimes your player wants to accomplish something, but they don't know how to say it right, especially if they're a spellcaster. Like, I had players who would sometimes say, can I do this with this spell? And I'd be like, that doesn't work, but you do have another spell that can make it easier, and that's that. don't be afraid to guide your players. It's not...
absolutely.
Yeah, especially if they're new. Do not be afraid. And DMs, if another player decides to help another player with it, personally, I do not consider that metagaming. I consider that as helping your fellow player who doesn't understand the game as much. Do not be punishing. You know, I feel like you might be thinking, this is a very specific skill. This is a very specific tip that you're giving, Jackie. And I'm saying this because I've seen this beforehand. I remember being punished by a DM because I kind of told another player how this would work better, and they were saying that's metagaming, and I was like, okay, this is metagaming to you, but to me, it's because I know that this player does not understand how the spell works. And I'm just
you're basically just helping out another fellow dude.
Exactly. So DMs, remember, this game is collaborative, not just between all of us. So don't be a dick. And the only way that I would say that it's metagaming is it's like, you know, like when you're in a dungeon, and let's say there's an orc, and an ogre. Ogres are, you as a player might know that ogres are fire. They're resistant. Resistant? Are you sure it's resistant?
Or no, it's not. They're resistant. They're
They like fire.
What's the other term?
Yeah. They're vulnerable to fire.
Yes, they're vulnerable.
See, what would be metagaming if you suddenly say that the troll is vulnerable? Like, okay, you know that. You Emil, you the player know that. But does Jam, the level 5 barbarian with an intelligence of 8, know that?
Yeah, exactly.
Would they? Well, you know what, baby?
That's metagaming.
That's metagaming. Now, that's for that case, just roll to see, because the thing is, I could understand that as a player you know that. Usually what I'd say is, okay, I know that as a player you know this, but I don't know if you know this as your character. I will allow you to roll for it. I do allow people to roll for it.
Mm-hmm.
And if it don't, then sorry. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like another tip for dungeon masters is if you do find that one or a few of your party members is prone to metagaming, like for example, let's say you're up against like 6 cultists, and there is a predefined stat block in the Dungeon Master's monsters manual for that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be afraid to tweak a few things, because your players might be privy to that kind of information. They're gonna be like, oh, this monster or this enemy has an AC of this and like an HP value of that. But why is it still not dead?
Yeah!
Right, so don't be afraid to mix things up. Of course, giving, of course, adding the fact that your players are not gods. They're not literal gods, so
not yet.
Don't over-tweak it, and don't under-tweak it.
Yeah.
But tweak it just enough to be a little bit different from what's already written down. Because yes, absolutely, stat blocks are not law.
1000%. Also, DMs, I'm just gonna say, your first time DMing, it's not gonna be perfect. And that's okay.
It's not gonna be perfect. It's never gonna be perfect, honestly.
The first time I DM'd, I had the mistake of railroading, and I remember how cringe it was. But the thing is, as long as you learn from your mistakes, and that's what matters. See, folks, the only way you're gonna be a good DM is if you start DMing.
That's true.
Do not be afraid.
The journey starts with the first step.
Yeah. And I guess, you know, I had a tip in my head, but I completely forgot what it was.
It probably just has something to do with, you know, don't be like a stickler for the rules. Just
rule of cool.
Just be cool, you know. You're there for the enjoyment of everyone.
Yes, exactly. And also your own enjoyment. So, yeah. So don't be afraid to like clarify things with your play. Oh, wait, now I remember now what I was gonna say. Okay, DMs, This is me speaking from experience. DMs, if you have problem players and your players also notice you have a problem player, you are obligated to talk to that player about it.
Yes.
Players, and then players, if you notice that there is a problem player, you tell your DM, okay? And I want y'all to know, you please do this privately. Do not embarrass someone, okay? Unless they're really not learning, even with the fact that they've been told privately. I guess that's the one time you can embarrass, but yes, DMs, please, 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 please. If you know that you have a problem player, you talk to them about them. You be direct.
Absolutely.
Because that is the only way your problem player is gonna know, and that's the only way you're gonna repair your table. Oh god. I have been through some games where my biggest problem was my DM couldn't really talk to the players, and it really caused some friction in our group. And thankfully now I think he's learned from it, but like I'm just saying, DMs, please be the quote unquote the leader that you have to be. You talk to your players, and players, you talk to. If you can't resolve it within your group, it's like between you without involving a DM. Actually, the DM is the one who's supposed to resolve it, especially if it's like a case between a DM player. But yeah, please, 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 if you have problems, communicate. Okay, I cannot stress this enough. Communicate. My God. Okay, sorry. That came from a place. That came
straight from like your feelings, dude.
Yeah.
DMs, your players' biggest adversaries, frequently your players. They will get themselves in trouble without your help so easily. Absolutely. You are the guiding light in this world of Dungeons and Dragons. As a dungeon master, it is your moral obligation to
legal obligation.
Make it your moral obligation. Yes, I am pulling that card. It is your moral obligation to help your party, because you know the session's gonna only be as fun as everybody makes it out to be.
Exactly.
It's a collaborative effort, and without communication, there is no collaboration.
Pretty much. So yeah, those are our tips and tricks, I guess, to the people who are. I hope this is insightful. So for people, especially I
really hope we've been like we've managed to impart some of our wisdom and experiences to you guys.
And also like I hope this was also helpful for like maybe for like new, not even just new, maybe from like aspiring or like old DMs or old players. Maybe these tips will actually help you be a better player or DM. I don't know, because I'm just saying that even now with my long ass experience of being a player and a DM, I'm constantly learning from like different people.
That is also true.
Which is what we're actually going to discuss right now. Like, all right. So, what are we can be a little quick with this. So, here are some tools and resources that we love using. I tried to make sure that the ones that we put are like for free, because yes. I really wanted to put like what was that one? The one with fantasy? Foundry? Fantasy Grounds, Foundry. I wanted to put that, but those cost money. So folks, these are some things that... Here are some places that you can go to. So, are you familiar with Roll20, Scarlet?
I've been using Roll20 for a good chunk of the panini.
Yeah, so Roll20 is really good for online playing games. I mean, online playing the, DnD, because it's got everything. It's got
tabletops, yes.
Yeah, tabletop in general. And also, Roll20 is actually a good place to find a game, because Roll20, folks, we are not sponsored by Roll20.
We're not sponsored by Roll20.
So not sponsored. Yeah, I wish we were. Roll20 is a, not only can you play games there, but you can actually find groups. in Roll20. You gotta like kind of like sign up and audition-ish for it. But yeah, if you're trying to look, if you are somebody who is too shy to go to like a hobby space, like a hobby shop or like you don't have any friends that you can play, Roll20 is a good place to start to like find someone. Okay. And then the other one is called Owlbear Rodeo, which is what I actually personally use over Roll20. Owlbear Rodeo is also where you can have combat. You can have you can do your combat here again if you're playing online. Conca is this is really, have you heard of Conca? I only heard about this a few months ago.
I've only heard about it fairly recently as well.
Conca is really good for like world building. Like it's good for keeping your notes as a DM. So for future DMs, you might want to check Conca out. Donjon is like a resource for resources. So like if you want to find like more information, like stat blocks, monsters, all that shit. Cobalt Fight Club, this is what my DM personally uses. I don't use it a lot, but I know that my DM loves this. Cobalt Fight Club is a good place to put character sheets.
Some people swear by Cobalt Fight Club, honestly.
And it's pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap
it's
too.
Pretty cheap,
the only reason I don't use this is because I prefer pen and paper.
Yeah, I keep a copy of my player characters' character sheets, honestly.
Yeah, and like 5e tools is the same degree as Donjon, where it's like resources, like information. I didn't want to put this, but I feel like I had to. D&D Beyond. D&D Beyond.
It feels like an obligation to put the licensed Wizards of the Coast Dungeons and Dragons Beyond.
Yeah, this one though you have to pay, but I just wanted to put it because this is like the licensed one. Oh, also
this is.
Sorry, because nobody special mentioned, my group uses it for Call of Cthulhu as well when some players have to remote. So I just wanted to mention real quick, Roll20, they also offer, so the thing is, you sign, it's basically also a site where you look for players or a DM. It's not only Dungeons and Dragons, you can play, I think
multiple TTRPGs.
Yeah, so just so you know, Roll20 is really fucking good. I went here also during the Panini. Dungeon Masters Guild. Have you used Dungeon Masters Guild?
I've only seen like what it can do.
It's great. So Dungeon Masters Guild is basically where DMs converge to like share their ideas, especially like about homebrew stuff. Not everything is free, but some items are free. It's a really good place to start. If you're like trying to like think of an idea for like a one-shot, I've gotten like free one-shots from there.
Yeah, same.
What about this one, Hero Forge?
Oh no, I don't know about Hero Forge.
Oh, you don't know about Hero? Okay.
No.
So Hero Forge is like, did I put that there? I don't actually remember putting this there. I thought you put it there.
No, dude.
I'm the dumbass. So Hero Forge, folks, in case you want to make miniatures for free, I mean digitally, okay? You can use Hero Forge.
That's so sick.
Yeah, you can. And then 2-Minute Tabletop is similar to, it's like a combination between Owlbear Rodeo and Conca, where here you will get you get free sources, you can get free maps. You can actually have the option to pay. It can be like pay what you can, but it's actually pretty much free. So these are like really great sources for you folks if you want to like play D&D online, or like maybe not even actually mostly online. If you play live, well, you just need a pen and paper and shit.
Honestly, a pen and paper is all you need for in-person D&D.
Pretty much. But if you wanted to play not in person, these are fantastic resources. And then the next one is, okay, so here are just some other TTRPGs. Because we were talking about D&D, but the thing is, to be honest, Scarlet, we love playing other TTRPGs when we can, anyway.
Yes.
Okay, maybe you can take this one. I haven't played Pathfinder yet.
Okay, so like Pathfinder, from what I can recall, was conceptualized by people who were also massive fans of D&D, but weren't exactly a fan of their systems per se.
Yeah.
So they were like, "Hey, let's make a new system, which is essentially D&D, but better in our opinion."
Yeah.
Which is totally fine. This is basically the most popular homebrewed version. I know, very bold words to say. Some people actually swear by Pathfinder, and they feel like Pathfinder is the more optimized version of Dungeons and Dragons. And I haven't played enough of Pathfinder to agree, but from what I've experienced, some systems that they do impose in Pathfinder are indeed better. But like Call of Cthulhu, I haven't really. I've never ran.
So, Call of Cthulhu, for the folks here who want to play something a little more mysterious and a little more horror-based, Call of Cthulhu is a fantastic game to play. There's also like a video game of this, but I got to play, but I didn't get to finish it. Like it's the TTRPG curse where you play a campaign and you never finish it.
Yes, it's always the TTRPG curse.
So yeah, I got to play Call of Cthulhu, and like if you want to play something a little more horror-based and something that completely different system, Call of Cthulhu is great, especially it's in a modern setting. Now, the next one is a game that I haven't played, but I really want to play because I've seen people play this.
Same.
Vampire the Masquerade. So
imagine, like, Vampire Mafia.
Yeah, pretty much. Actually, I told you about this, Scarlet, but I really want to play... I want to run a game of Vampire the Masquerade for Vampire VTubers. I want to see what they do.
Yes. I want to see what they do.
We should fucking do that. We should
plan something like
Rue is definitely gonna play. I feel like
for sure.
Rue is gonna kill us if we play Vampire the Masquerade. And
without her?
Yeah. She's probably gonna revoke my powers and shit.
She could probably hear us from the other room and just snap us out of existence right fucking now for even thinking that.
Yeah. There's also Cyberpunk Red. What's Cyberpunk Red? Is that like a...
It is based on the Cyberpunk universe, right? So, the systems I'm not particularly familiar with, but the characters from the Cyberpunk game, they are based on Cyberpunk Red, which is a tabletop role-playing game based on a future, basically.
Dang.
Like a future world, a future timeline. So if you guys are familiar with Johnny Silverhand and the Arasaka Corporation from Cyberpunk, or Cyberpunk Edgerunners, some names there are going to be very familiar to you because they do appear in the TTRPG as well.
Dang. Oh, also bye, Emil. Please take care. He says he's gonna brave the raid. Oh, bless your heart.
Oh, dude, I hope you don't get sick.
Please don't get sick. Not way too early. I'm very sad since my group's Call of Cthulhu campaign is coming to an end this month after... First of all...
4 years.
Congratulations that it even had an end.
4 years. That is insane.
What's the longest game you've ever played? Mine is
2 years.
4 years for me.
Damn. 2 years. 2 years.
Did it finish though?
No.
Oh, that hurts.
Everybody just got extremely busy, and then they just kind of, things just kind of fell apart, and then we didn't get to schedule another one.
Dude, that sucks. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. Okay.
The great thing about it is they have been contacting me recently. They're like, "Hey, how have you been?" I'm like, "No way. Do they really want to go back?" I'm so excited.
Why not though?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, the other one is a system that I got familiar with because of Dimension 20's Magics and Misfits, which after watching, I really want to play this. So the system is called Kids on Brooms, where basically it is a wizard. It's a wizard kind of game.
It's Harry Potter. It's the world of more or less, but
without the transphobia. Without the transphobia.
Yeah.
It's without the transphobia. It's without the wizards shitting on the floor because they didn't have toilets or some bullshit. Oh, Jocksting! Welcome! Hello, Scarlet and Jackie. Have I seen you before? Hello,
He's one of my friends. Hello,
oh shit,
Ding.
he is?
How are you?
Hey dude. I'm glad to... You're meeting the tail end of our street. I would like to think this is the tail end. Oh wait, we do have some questions. We have some questions, but we're gonna go through them really quickly. And then the other... Oh my god.
Oh, City of Mist. I want to run this, or at the very most, I really want to play this as a player.
I want to play it as a player too. You know, we put like a bunch of like games that we haven't played yet. We just want to play because of the reception.
Play.
So, what is City of Mist? Tell it to the people in
chat who aren't aware of this lovely TTRPG.
Oh man.
If you guys are familiar with the Fable series, video games by the Telltale Games, that's basically it. So they're basically fables. They are mythologies, like what? For example, Little Red Riding Hood, right? Little Red Riding Hood's there. Yeah. it's just so fascinating to me.
Kids on bikes, brooms, but my friends who have loved it. See, you know what we should... Oh my god. What if we run a game of kids on bikes or brooms for our wizard / magical VTuber friends?
Oh shoot.
You know what? We play a TTRPG.
Wait, we could totally theme
on our VTuber friend. Oh my god, we're so smart, Scarlet! Holy fuck.
It's like chat's collective brain cell helping us out.
No. Wait, the World of Darkness line of games is so nice. I have not heard of that. Have you heard of that?
I have not. Let me go check World of Darkness.
Wait, no, check it out later. Masks.
Okay.
I know you put masks because I'm not familiar with this one.
Ah, goodness. Have you ever wanted to play as a superhero or supervillain? Well, Masks is the perfect game system for you. It in my opinion is the most balanced out of everything. Out of all of the superhero TTRPG systems, because for example, Sentinel comics are pretty decent too. Let me think about it. Something else about it.
So it's basically Boku no Hero.
It's basically Boku no Hero, or it's like a It's have you ever wanted to roleplay as a Marvel superhero? That's basically it.
Oh, maybe this is. I feel like maybe this is what I should have ran instead of like DnD. But like, this seems so cool.
It's pretty well optimized for like the superhero fantasy.
Okay, I'm gonna.
There's also a lot of like superhero ones. There's like Sentinel comics. Capes and Crooks, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't there an Old West TTRPG? Yes, there is an Old West TTRPG.
There definitely is. Actually, if I'm not mistaken,
I can't recall the name.
There are so many. Basically, what you need to know from this is like, even though we were gassing up DnD, there are so many other amazing TTRPGs that are just as good as DnD. It's just that DnD is what we've been playing a lot because that's been the norm. That's been the norm. Also, wait, just a really quick one. So, Gubat Banwa is not a game that I've played, but I have friends who have played this, and it's basically like a Filipino war tactician game that I really, really want to play because my friends tell me that if you are somebody who enjoys tactical combat and like making strategies, Gubat Banwa is such a really good game. Especially since it also hits on like it hits on warfare. It hits basically like pre-colonial Philippines.
Yes, and it's amazing. Like the people behind that whole Kickstarter, they have put like passion into that project.
They
for
put
sure.
they whole ass that shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to play this.
And
game.
for like what, $20, I think.
Yeah, it's insane. Actually, I know there's a lot of Filipinos in chat. I just want you to know. There are a lot of Filipino TTRPGs if you just search for it. And a lot of them have so much promise and I want to play them. Anyway.
Nobody special is correct. D&D is the gateway drug. You start with D&D and then you branch out.
Pretty much. You just have a mental illness. Anyway, folks. Oh, okay, I think this is the last one that we have.
Yes, this is.
Oh my god, we reached the final one, but then we have some questions that we will go over quickly. D&D shows and podcasts. We have been singing the praises of these earlier, but so my absolute favorite D&D show / podcast is gonna be Dimension 20. The variety that you have fantasy, you have camp, they have one for Fantasy High, which is basically the high school setting. Then they got Crown of Candy, which is basically a bunch of candy people, but make it a Game of Thrones. And then your favorite one.
Yes.
No, you say your favorite one. I was referring.
I thought you were gonna say it.
No, I thought you were. No, I was giving I was giving you.
You were gassing me up for that.
I was gassing you up.
Sorry, man. A Starstruck Odyssey.
There
is
you
like
go.
my absolute favorite of all the Dimension 20 shits. Because like, I love space. I love sci-fi. And that just scratched like the perfect itch for me.
So, are you more into Mass Effect than Dragon Age?
I love both of them equally.
Oh, okay. Also, wait, sorry. Hatred, what's up?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say
hey, Hatred. Like, if you had, if it's basically asking me to pick between my two favorite children.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we cannot be forgetting the critically acclaimed Critical Role, which is like,
yes.
I feel like a lot of people's first D&D exposures. First geeky, because some people might be exposed to D&D because of Stranger Things.
Stranger Things,
yeah,
yes.
But like Critical Role, I know a lot of people usually start on Critical Role.
It's like, oh yeah, I learned about like the intricacies of D&D through Critical Role, right? Something like that. Which, you know, it's a great starting point if you really want to get into it, but don't expect every dungeon master to be as godly as Matthew Mercer.
Or Brennan Lee Mulligan.
Or Brennan Lee Mulligan.
Or Abria Iyengar. Please do not expect...
literally any one of those insanely talented people.
Exactly. What's your favorite campaign of Critical Role? Mine is Vox Machina.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one.
Yeah, it's hard to beat it. And have you heard of Adventure Zone?
I don't think I do.
Okay, so Adventure Zone is by the McElroy brothers, and this is actually one of the... correct me if I'm mistaken, but like Adventure Zone is one of actually the first D&D shows / podcasts that got really viral, because Critical Role started 2015, and if I'm not mistaken, Adventure Zone started 2013 or 2012. And folks, if you just like straight up humor and like Adventure Zone is one of like the rawest D&Ds because it really feels like a home session. If you like watching shit that are like basically just a bunch of brothers, because they are all brothers, just playing D&D, this is a way to go. It's so... They don't really follow the rules as much. It's very just a storytelling, but it's really fun.
Okay, I'll be checking that out.
And then NADPod is not another D&D podcast, which is basically a branch of... it's not a branch of Dimension 20. That's an insult to NADPod. This is basically Bryan Murphy's, who is a player in Dimension 20's own podcast. Yes. It's also equally as fun. He sometimes has guests from people from college... Oh, sorry, it's not College Humor anymore. It's Dropout. Wait! They call it Dropout because they dropped out of college!
They dropped out of college.
Oh my god, I just got it right now! Wait! Oh my god! I was about to...
Ain't no
Scarlet!
way. Only like,
wait, no!
Ain't no way.
No, it just occurred to me!
Ain't no way.
Wait! Yo, I just got it right now!
Well, congratulations, chat. You were here for the revelation of a lifetime.
I just got it right now! Oh my god! Okay, and then this one is... Okay, admittedly, I've only watched the shorts of this, but it's enough to make me want to watch everything. Folks,
Same.
Legends of Evantris. Check their shorts out in Instagram. They are fucking hilarious. So fucking funny.
The cast is so fun. They're so fun to watch.
They're fun to watch. They are amazing in improv. They are amazing with their voices. absolutely 1000%. I wonder if they're voice actors, actually, because they can do really amazing voices.
I'm not quite sure myself.
I'm just saying, they should have... Legends of Evantris people, you will never watch this if somehow you did end up here. Become voice actors. You guys have amazing voices.
That's true.
And
you're all insanely talented.
yeah, man. Matthew Colville. I don't watch him for his D&D games. I watch him to learn. Because he's got so many good takes. Like, I've learned how to be a better DM because of him.
Honestly, same. And like, what's this? XP to level 3?
Oh shit. Wait, why is he not here?
Oh yeah.
Why is he?
Anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, he was supposed to be here. XP to level 3 is a... You go.
Yeah, he's just a very great resource for people who want to be dungeon masters, because he particularly, he caters to that kind of player demographic, I suppose.
Yeah.
But, like, just because he caters to the DM's side of things doesn't mean he also has player-centric focuses. So, you know, he's just a very interesting, very entertaining D&D content creator.
Yeah. Which, the same goes to Dungeon Dudes. They have a lot of, like, I watch a lot of Dungeon Dudes because they're good at, like, building characters, or, like, giving tips to players and giving tips to DMs. So, if you ever want to learn how to be better in, like, getting good, especially if you're, like, I wouldn't say, like, this only for power gamers, but they make really interesting builds. They have good analysis on certain things, and I will be very honest
smart.
with you, Scarlet.
You've taken inspiration off of them.
I've taken inspiration off of them, and I want... When I was thinking about what kind of content I wanted to make as, like here in my streams, the first thing I thought of is I want to make shit like the Dungeon Dudes and Matthew Colville.
Honestly,
which is exactly why this stream...
valid.
This is why this stream exists, because I am finally scratching an itch I've been wanting to do.
Honestly, yeah, I don't blame you, dude.
I would like to add one piece of old school media to this list. A movie called The Gamer's Dorkness Rising will be perfect. I have not heard of that.
I have not heard of this either.
Well, now we have, and we're gonna check it out.
Yeah, we're gonna check it out after the stream. Thank you so much for that, Nobody Special.
That's
very interesting.
Alright, your dungeon... Okay, you were the one who put this one. I've actually watched only a little bit of them.
Only a little bit of them? Well, basically, this is just another, this is like any other, whatchamacall this? The Dungeons and Dragons podcast. But one of the more notable party members of this podcast is Freddie Wall, the co-founder of Rocket Jump.
Dang!
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So like, it centers around a bunch of a group of 4 dads who were flung into a world of high fantasy.
Dang! All
to
right.
rescue their lost sons.
So that's how it goes. Okay. Okay. Now I know. Okay,
Yeah,
I guess
very
I'll
fun.
I guess I'll continue it because I have.
It's very fun. It's very silly.
All right. Okay. And yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, I put it here, folks. Source, trust me, bro.
Trust us. We're
us.
dungeon masters.
We're dungeon
Just
masters.
Rule 0. Never forget rule 0.
Yeah, man. Okay, so this is the part where we're just gonna quickly answer the questions that were like bought to like Marshmallow and like our Twitter. So can we go through what was asked to you in that Twitter one?
I just have one more one from mine.
Okay, what was the one more one?
The other one goes, I don't understand the math/stats. How'd you learn it? Honestly...
You answer that one.
Honestly, it just comes from experience. The more you play this game, the more you figure out what shit works and what doesn't. And...
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
And it really helps to have a dungeon master
that got you.
They're with you. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Honestly, folks, it's only just a matter of like, it's like a lot of things. You keep playing it and then you eventually get really good at it. Alright, okay, I think I have like 4 questions for us. Okay, I'm gonna do it like, because one is loaded. What's your favorite setting? What's your favorite setting?
Setting? Medieval fantasy. It's very safe, and like, I'm so interested in, well, actually no, not medieval fantasy. I am interested in medieval fantasy, but what I find extremely interesting is sci-fi.
Oh.
Like, Spelljammer is my shit.
So that is your...
always wanted...
So that's your favorite one.
Yeah, I've always wanted to play and run a campaign with Spelljammer, but I've never really gotten to it for one reason or another. Unfortunate.
Dang. I'd run you one for like your birthday, I guess. Oh, wait, never mind. Your birthday is like next
It's pretty
month.
close.
Oh, shit!
It's like a few weeks from now.
Fuck. Okay, my favorite setting is also medieval. What's your favorite class? Sorry, I'm just speedrunning these questions at this point.
Shoot, favorite class, definitely Bard.
Same.
So, there's so many things you can do with it.
Okay, favorite subclass of Bard.
You're gonna have to do that on me, huh?
Well, I'll answer mine. Mine is Eloquence Bard. Ever since they came out with the Eloquence Bard, folks, it's been over for bards.
That's true, honestly. Eloquence Bard or like Sword Bard is okay too, but Whispers.
Whispers is not great I don't like Whispers mechanically, but roleplay wise, it's so good.
Yes. Roleplay wise, Whispers, great.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm gonna have to side with you on this one.
Okay, what is your most played race? Or like, what's your favorite race?
Specifically Drow.
Drow! Yeah,
Yes.
I remember you mentioned that to me. Yeah, you're Drow. I think I mentioned a tiefling for my case. And, okay, are you more a combat or RP person?
RP.
Same, RP.
But like, I can get extremely technical for the combat.
Oh yeah, the moment it's combat, I can get very technical too, and like very, power gamey. But in everything, I really prefer roleplay first.
Absolutely.
Okay, the next question is, how do you handle homebrew stuff? How much freedom do you give to players in regards to backstory? Things like connections, places traveled, worldly experience as opposed to level experience, and items acquired pre-campaign start.
Honestly, as long as it's not too game-breaking, I allow it. And like what we touched upon earlier, if there is a good explanation as to why your extremely well-versed traveler is suddenly a fucking level 1 scrub, well, that would be totally justifiable, right?
Yeah. I allow my players a lot of, like, as long as it's, same with you, like, as long as it's not game-breaky, I will allow them. Also because, me, personally, a lot of my story depends a lot on the player's story. So, like, that's why I'll give them a lot of reign. But if you're telling me that you felled a god, I might be, like, compromise with you, like, I might compromise with you on that, because I'm like...
Okay, maybe not a literal god, but like,
like
maybe a god among men.
Like a demigod, I would be able to... I would not mind that, but yeah. It's, again, handling homebrew and stuff like this, like backstory-wise, it's all about communication with your players. Just be able to set expectations and, like, collaborate and, like, basically just tell them, okay, look, you want something like this, I just want you to know you're not gonna be Jesus, okay? Like, not that I don't encourage you to be Jesus, but it's just that you're wanting a lot of things, and I don't think it suits this campaign. So it's a lot of that. So, okay. 2 more questions, Scarlet. Do you... Oh my god, because we gotta end this, because it's gonna... Rue's gonna kill us. Okay.
Literally.
Do you...
we might, like, blink out of existence. Yes, what's the question?
Do you... Oh, wait. Oh, no. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, flip. Do you do creative dice rolls? Like, describe the outcome of PCs, like insight or deception, non-truthful? Yeah!
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just gonna say, it is your job as a DM.
theater of the mind.
It is. Yeah,
As some people in chat were like talking about earlier. I saw you guys.
it
Theater
is.
of the mind is extremely important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you again, I mean, you're not seeing this in real time. You have to imagine this. So it is very important for you to be able to describe it to your like narration is pretty much a DM's job. So yes, I 1000% describe the outcome of PCs like insight and shit. But let's say I do let the players describe it if they're like talking like you know when you ask them how do you want to do this? I let the players take it.
Yeah.
As long as they're not doing like actually some like impossible bullshit like suddenly they have the sun in their hand and I'm like, okay, Miss Ma'am, you are not you're not wrong.
Let's pull the reins on that just a little bit, yeah?
Alright. Oh, there is a question here that I already know the answer to. If there is a video game world you'd like to set it in, what game would it be and why?
Oh man, that is a tough answer. But you can go ahead since you already have one.
Okay, it's because I'm already playing in a game like this. Dragon Age. Dragon Age is my absolute favorite game.
Yeah.
It's my favorite game. I am so thankful that I got to finally play it. And right now, I've played 2 campaigns of Dragon Age. The first one, I was playing a Fallen Aasimar rogue with I took a homebrew class. Basically, the rogue I was a Tempest rogue, which is an actual subclass from Dragon Age. And then the second one that I'm playing is, which is a campaign, which we have a game tomorrow, which I haven't played in 2 months because I've been out, but then I told my DM I can finally play. I'm playing a half-drow, Twilight Domain cleric. And the reason why I would love to run a game of Dragon Age or just basically be part of it is because it's my favorite game. It is such an interesting take on how elves are perceived, because in the world of Dragon Age, elves are not the superior race as you would think it is, and magic is shunned. So it's very interesting. I remember when I first invited a friend to play, they were very surprised with how they were received with magic, because they were like, I thought magic is great for everything, and I was like, this is a Dragon Age campaign, honey. This ain't just normal DnD. But yeah. So that's actually the last question.
True.
So you better tell me what game do you want to play in?
Honestly, if it isn't sci-fi, I would like it to be more of a post-apocalyptic, like Fallout or like zombie survival kind of setting, because I really want to touch up on the gritty survival aspects of the game more, because not a lot of VMs I've gone through focus on the survival aspect of DnD, which is, totally understandable. But me personally, I can't be bothered to deal with like food rations or travel time.
Unless it's actually very integral to a game, really.
Yes. But like otherwise, like, dude, imagine having to do upkeep for your band of 4 survivors, trying to scrounge up resources, and then you find out there's another rogue like group of looters, and then you have to either talk them out of it or you're getting shot.
We should run a game like that just to see how far we can go DMing.
Yeah.
And our players too. Okay, wait. I have a few characters I want to make stats and play if I ever get into D&D again. How do I choose? Roll the dice. Assign one number to like which...
Yeah, I have to agree with that. It's either that or like you could schedule a few like test sessions, see how they play. I'm pretty sure some of your friends would also be down to like test run a few of their concept PCs too.
1000%. They are so gonna be game. I know I would. I will stick to my JRPGs and avoid the hectic nature of trying to schedule time with your... That's true. Honestly, just play a video game.
The biggest enemy of TTRPG friend groups is scheduling.
Fucking schedules and shit. What about a Berserk-inspired setting?
Ooh, dark fantasy.
That seems really good. I'd love that.
I am also intrigued by the lack of dark fantasy settings. They're usually like normal medieval fantasy or high fantasy. I've barely
dark.
seen like dark fantasy. Yeah,
That's so true.
That's a more interesting. I feel we could probably like run that as like a more intermediate DnD player focused group. Don't you think?
Yeah, it's all about finding the right players, really.
Yeah.
Zombie Apocalypse Scarlet, allow me to
Oh.
tell you about the wonder that is the game Red Markets.
I have not heard of this. I'm going to have to look for that. Thank you very much for that, Nobody Special.
Yeah. Anyway, folks, holy shit, this is the longest stream I've ever done.
I'm glad to be here for it.
Thank you so much, Scarlet, for being here and being able to like share your knowledge with everyone in this classroom and doing this with me. Maybe you could tell the people where what socials you can be found in.
Yes. I multi-stream on YouTube and Twitch. It's both at Scarlet Forte. That's with 2 T's. Well, 3 T's if you count the Forte. But who's counting, right? And yeah, I'm also at Scarlet Forte at X or Twitter, because Twitter's the more superior name.
And the better name. That doesn't sound
The
like
better
porn.
name.
That doesn't sound like porn.
Yes, that is true. Aside from that, not much really. Yeah, that's all I'm. Wait, no, I also have a Ko-Fi page, like where you can.
Is
check
that
out
how
my
you pronounce it?
commissions.
Isn't it coffee?
I don't know. Ko-Fi coffee. It's probably coffee, but I just want to be fancy about it, you know.
Okay, alright, Mr. Pretentious Sir. And
Well, I am.
oh yeah, you're a bard.
I'm a bard. It's part of the package.
Pretty much. Anyway, folks, this is not gonna be the last that you see of me and Scarlet talking about D&D things. Y'all were hearing about us hyping about co-DMing something. We're planning that around either May or June, so please look around for that. In the meantime, we will be still doing some D&D, like, more of like a helpful kind of stream. So, folks, I do hope that what we did today was something helpful, and if you are already familiar with D&D, I hope that maybe you learned something, like, in their tips, like maybe, oh yeah, I could do that. And if you're absolutely new to D&D, I hope this was helpful. We really hope this was helpful.
I hope this was the pushing point for you guys to actually go out there and play D&D, because it's super fun.
It's super fun. It's super fun and super great. Thank you so much, folks, for being in the stream. Thank you for staying. This is like the longest, and I'm just amazed that y'all stayed. Anyway, we do not have the option of raiding yet. I'm sorry, I don't know how to raid, but like, just so y'all know, Rue is currently streaming on like how to do, she's debunking fitness myths for a healthier 2024, so go give her a shout there. Again, I don't know how to, we can't raid yet, so like...
You could just say like, we're done being nerds, it's time to buff up, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. You want to say your goodbyes, Scarlet?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much, Jacki, for having me. I'm pretty sure this won't be the last. Y'all will be seeing me here.
Yeah, we're literally gonna stream Valorant next week with Jimmy.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah, folks. Oh yeah, I guess for next week, I do have to... Please stay tuned for my very first true crime stream, which I'm calling Crime Time, where I will have one guest every time we do it. Scarlet, maybe you'll want to guess one day.
I'm down for that.
Maybe April. I have something. But anyway,
we'll fuck around and find out.
Anyway, folks, please just check us out. And my brain is like not braining right now. So
throw the link in chat. Hold on, Nobody Special. It's at Scarlet Forte everywhere.
Yeah, man will raid. I guess man will raid. Folks, just tell Rue, tell her banana cakes.
Banana cakes, yes.
That is the
Just
word we're saying, banana
It's
cakes.
like say it in the chat right now.
Banana cakes, banana cakes. Anyway, peace out, hijackers, and what do you call your community?
Troop members.
Peace out, hijackers and troop members, and Scarlet and Jackie out.